Me too, honey, thank you. I like your better. Be tight on those because I might steal them. Yeah, that's my favorite.
I don't have.
You got mine, right?
I know.
Listen, this is what it is. And that's what I do. I tell like a story. And then I have the videos that we showed you.
Well, look at the comments.
That's what I am.
I went out, by the way.
The whole. Preferably.
Okay, okay, all right. Good evening, and welcome to the Reston Association Board of Directors meeting of Thursday, July the 30th, 2015. I'm so glad that we have such a large audience out today, even yes. So thank you so much for coming out. First on the agenda, I'm sure we've all had an opportunity to review the consent calendar. And my question to the board, do you want to take each item individually, or do we want to vote on the consent calendar as a whole?
I would like to pull out item number 7, the Transportation Advisory Committee Work Plan and Operations. I believe that merits discussion.
Okay. Anything else?
I'm good to go.
I'm good.
I move that we adopt everything in the consent calendar with the exception of item 7, the Transportation Advisory Committee Work Plan.
I'll second that.
Is there any further discussion?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I have a comment too on the Tetra working group description. If we can pull that out as well, thank you.
Counselor, how do we do this?
There's a motion on the table.
So, it's either a friendly amendment or you have to
I friendly amend the motion.
You can. You
Oh.
can.
vote on it. It'll be up to.
I'll accept the friendly amendment and we'll pull out the Tetra working thing, but
Okay.
we agree on the second?
Agreed.
Okay, and I guess the question is, where do we want to place this on the agenda?
Are you asking me?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Well, we can put it right before item C.
Before item C, okay. So that would be next, right? So I guess I need to ask all those in favor. All those in favor of the friendly amendment, please indicate in the usual manner.
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
All right, and so Lucinda, this is before item C. Petra?
So the Tetra work group description, I just wanted to take out the, I don't have it up yet, the activities part. Let me pull it up. Maybe we can go after C, between D and C.
Okay. You want to move it down between D and E, or?
Yeah.
Okay. And also
Are both
TAC.
items being moved?
Oh,
TAC
yeah,
also?
yeah.
Both, okay, good.
So between D and E. So
Between D and E.
So
we
right
have-
after item D.
After item D, we'll have Tetra and TAC.
Okay.
Is that agreeable to the board?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, we're down to item C, believe it or not. Annually, the finance team staff works with its audit and tax consulting firm, BDO USA LLP, to prepare and file the association's federal and state tax forms. This evening, we have with us Michael Sorrells from BDO to present our 2014 filing. Michael, welcome, and we were talking earlier, you didn't have a bad time traveling around 495 to get here, so welcome again.
Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to be here, and it's kind of appropriate tonight that we're presenting the 990 just before your budget, because we're the last look back at last year, and then the budget will be the look forward to next year. I'm going to be a lot shorter than the budget presentation, though. You should have a copy of the 990 in your materials. I'm going to kind of do a lightning round, go through this very quickly. If there's any questions, just stop me or wait till the end and ask them, and I'll be glad to oblige. But just so you know, the Form 990 is subject to public inspection. This is posted on a website, guidestar.org, every year. So it is the world's, anybody that wants to find out something real quick about your organization, about the finances, about a lot of your operations, et cetera, can go right to this. So it's important that it be done well. It's got a lot of disclosures on it. We will be electronically filing this on August 15th, and it was previously presented to and reviewed by the Fiscal Committee, who suggested several changes that have been incorporated into this version. So first of all, let's look at page 1. Page 1 is kind of an overall snapshot, a little general information. These numbers on the 990 will not exactly agree with your audited financial statements, because your audited financial statements are consolidated. They're consolidated with the Friends of Reston. And there's also unrealized gains are not reported on the Form 990 as income. You have a little bit of those, but they are reported on your financial statements. And you'll see there's some prior year and current year numbers here. They're pretty similar this year, except you had a bit more, significantly more revenue, and on line 9, and that really is what, at the bottom where it says revenue less expenses, made for a $600,000 increase. And there's some numbers for total assets, et cetera, and signing information at the bottom. Going back to lines 7A and B, there is a little bit of unrelated business income, which is taxable to the organization, and that mostly comes from advertising. However, there were expenses exceeded the income this year, as it usually does. We also have a big NOL, net operating loss, so there's no tax involved. And we do file this on a 990T and a Virginia income tax return every year. Next page, page 2, part 3. This describes your major programs here. We have 2 of them listed. Mostly, well, you can read the descriptions that we have. The expenses are the expenses of those programs, and there is the revenue for those programs are the fees and dues that go to those particular programs. The next 2 pages I'm really going to skip over because it's really just a checklist to determine what of the possible 16 schedules might be required to be attached to your Form 990. Mercifully, you don't have too many of those schedules. But now I'm on page 5. This talks about some tax filings, how many employees you have, how many 1099s you send out, and a few other questions like, do you have foreign accounts, which you don't? Did you do any prohibited transactions? We certainly don't want to answer that yes, and we didn't, because we did not find anything like that. Questions 6B through 13A are not required for this kind of organization, so they are blank. It's not that we missed it. They are blank on purpose. I do take your attention to line 14A. We can change this if we want. What it says, did the organization receive any payments for indoor tanning services? And you can correct me if, I assumed it was no, but if you want to correct me, we can change it. That's the IRS's joke in this whole thing. Next page is near and dear to most governing bodies. This is page 6, it's part 6, governing body, policies, and disclosures. When this 990 was changed back in 2008, this was what boards focused on. This is all about good governance. And I will tell you that the questions, a lot of organizations had to adopt new policies and things that they didn't have before, because you want this to be a good picture. You want somebody looking at this to say this is a well-governed organization with good policies. And without going into detail on all of these questions, every question here is the good answer. So you're painting a good picture here. Some of these questions require descriptions, further explanation, which are back on Schedule O, which is at the end of this form. And we'll move to Part 7, another question that is, another area that is sometimes very sensitive to organizations. This is where we have to list all of the board members, whether they're compensated or not. We have to list all officers, compensated or not. We have to list key employees, of whom we have a couple listed, and this goes over to the next page. And we also have to list folks that make over $100,000 a year, the top 5 of those. Well, you only have one that is in that category, and we list them on the next page, and that's pretty much the compensation. I will point out that I review some 400 990s a year. For this size organization, compensation is always an issue with the IRS and also an issue with the public. You always see so-and-so's making $1 million a year and they're working for United Way or something. You don't have any issues here. These are very reasonable salaries for this size organization. We'll go to Statement of Revenue, page 9, and you will see that it's Part 8, Roman numeral 8. You'll see that, as I'm sure it's no surprise to anybody here, that almost all of your revenue is from dues and program fees, recreation fees, staff service fees, operating programs, etc. A tiny bit of contribution, which came from the Friends of Reston, and then a little bit of investment income. And remember, we don't count unrealized gains. There's another $28,000 or so in unrealized gains that came from the investments. Next page is the statement of functional expenses. I won't bore you with the detail. This breaks out the total expenses of the organization into certain natural lines like compensation and accounting and office expenses, etc. And they're put together in a different way than you'll see them on the financial statements, but the numbers add up to what would be on the financials if they were presented separately. I will point you to, you can see that from lines 5 through 10, these are all payroll-related items, and you'll see that of the $14 million, almost $15 million in expenses, you've got almost $8 million of that is related to payroll, and that is pretty darn typical for tax-exempt nonprofit organizations. And at the bottom, you see we've broken this out into program versus management in general, and you've got a little bit more management in general. I'm talking about line 25 versus program, and that I would expect in this kind of an organization because there's a lot of administration that goes on for this kind of a body that really is like a governing body. The next page is a balance sheet. This just breaks out your various assets and liabilities. Majority of your assets are land, buildings, and equipment. Probably no surprise there, and very low level of liabilities. And it's a balance sheet. You've seen these before. You've probably gone over it more with our auditors. Next page is a reconciliation of the net assets. There's 2 reconciling items. One is net unrealized gains on investments. You see that $28,000 that I talked about. And the other one on line 9, other changes to net assets. That was a transfer to your capital improvement fund, I believe. We described that further back on Schedule O. And this ties out the numbers on the revenue and expenses on the 990 to the net asset balance on your balance sheet. It's pretty typical. Next schedule, Schedule B, is a schedule of contributors. We have to list anybody who contributes $5,000 or more. This is not subject to public inspection. This is the one piece that will not be on GuideStar. It doesn't matter too much to this organization because all of your contributions come from the Friends of Reston. But if you had a lot of individuals, they might want their privacy respected, and they would not be posted on GuideStar. So if somebody wants to give you a lot of money, you can assure them it won't be out there for the public to see. And the next page is that one contribution from Friends of Reston. and there were some other smaller contributions that are under $5,000 that didn't have to be listed here. Next couple of pages are not applicable because they're for non-cash and other contributions. That takes us to Schedule C, which is largely blank until you get to the third page of it. And because you have dues, we're required to answer this even if you don't have any lobbying activity. Basically, we're just saying that you did not, you made lobbying expenditures of $2,000 or less, so we don't have to fill in any more information here about lobbying. Next, we go to Schedule D, which is supplemental information. You do have conservation easements on Part 2, so we fill that out. I don't know the detail particularly of what those are, but this is very similar to what's almost exactly similar to what we've reported in prior years. The next page at the bottom, we report a summary of our fixed assets, land, buildings, equipment, etc. Nothing too exciting there. And the next page, we have to describe other liabilities, the largest of which is deferred rent. This is exciting, right? Next page is not required because you have, normally if you had, didn't have consolidated financial statements, we'd have to be reconciling the revenue and expenses to your financial statements. But you get a buy from having to do that if you have combined or consolidated financial statements, because it's hard to break out, and it wouldn't tie to anything. The next schedule we're going to skip over. We're going to go to compensation information, Schedule J. And this is required if you have to list anybody on the prior schedule. Remember back in the actual form, we had to list people's compensation if they met certain criteria. Well, if anybody on that list made $150,000 or more, we have to fill out this Schedule J. The first page of which asks a number of questions about various types of compensation, how you arrive at compensation, it's approved by the board. And the answers here are all good answers. There's nothing here that would raise any particular red flags. That we did answer a question that we received a severance payment, and there is a supplemental non-qualified plan. Those are answered yes, but we do on a later page describe what's going on there. On the next page, we have to break out in a little more detail than the previous schedule the compensation of the people. The total package, including W-2 and benefits, etc., is $150,000 or more. And there's two individuals listed here. You see that we break out the W-2 into regular pay and bonus, and then the other stuff we break out into retirement, retirement compensation, and other non-taxable benefits. Other non-taxable stuff like health insurance. Typically health insurance is the biggest number in there, and certain other things that aren't taxed, but they're part of the compensation package. The next page, supplemental, we describe the severance payment. One person receives severance pay, and there's also a description of who got what from their non-qualified retirement plans, and that's listed there. It's all good. Next schedule is Schedule O. We're almost done. O is for other. This is where you just put all the certain descriptions are required to be put in here, and you also can put in any other information that you wish to tell the world. In this case, I think we've entirely got required answers. The first two answers here, that governance section we talked about, they ask if you have members, describe the members, and describe the governing body and how it's appointed. Those two cover that. Let the members have some say-so in that. And then the next page, most of the way down, there's a question, do any transactions or any decisions require approval by the members of the organization? and certain transactions do, and we mention that here. And then it asks a question about, okay, what's your process for reviewing the Form 990, if you have one? And it's always a good idea to have one. It makes you look like you're governed in a decent way. And we talk about that we present this to the Fiscal Committee and the Board of Directors at separate meetings, which is exactly what we're doing now. And that's a good description. That's what the IRS wants to see. Then there's a next page. We have to describe how our conflict of interest policy works. We've got that laid out here. And then we talk about how compensation for the CEO is derived and approved. And then the last question on that page is about how we make our governing documents, conflict of interest policy, and financial statements available. It's not required that you make them available to the public, but you do, and so we mention it here that it's done on your website. The last page of the Schedule O, we have to describe the organization's mission, which is on Part 3 of the Form 990, and this is your organization's mission. And then we had to, in that compensation section, we have to list the 5 highest paid contractors who got more than $100,000 during the year, and that's a listing of them. The next schedule is Schedule R for related, and we have to list any related organizations. For some organizations, this is a very long list. They've got partnerships and disregarded entities and corporations and other tax-exempt organizations. In your case, you only have one, and that is the Friends of Reston, which we list here on Part 2. And it's a supporting organization, so that's described here. And then that is it, except for Part 5, where we talk about the types of transactions that we have with related organizations. In this case, with the Friends of Reston, that we receive, that we we make grants to them, we get stuff from them, and we perform some services for them and share facilities, etc. And that, my friends, is the Form 990 for 2014. Just my parting comment is, I don't see any issues here that would raise anybody's, any kind of negative attention to the organization. This puts a good picture of the organization out to the public. So, are there any questions?
Michael, thank you so much for that excellent presentation, and thank you so much for bringing us such good news.
Okay. Was I under 15 minutes? I hope so.
So if you'd mind standing at the podium a little longer, we'd certainly like to start, go around and ask our board. Ray, we'll start with you.
I'm fine, thank you.
Good? Okay.
So your opinion, Reston, in comparison to organizations like it, it's within the parameters that you would measure against like organizations, and
Yes,
it looks very favorable.
Yeah.
Great.
Now, there are a limited number of this type of organization that are 501c4s. Typically a lot of them are organized under different code sections, but of the ones that I have seen, yeah, you're right in there.
Thank you.
I have no questions. Thank you, though.
Mike?
No questions.
Oh, good, okay. Lucinda?
Oh, thank you so much for preparing this. Very thorough job. No questions.
Okay. Julie?
I just review it. I don't thumbs down.
Julie?
No questions.
Danielle?
Great job. We reviewed your stuff during the fiscal committee. A question, were the records available in a timely manner? Did you encumber any problems getting the information you needed?
No.
Or were there any flags that were raised?
No, we, the new financial team, Robert and his staff were very cooperative, and they were very, I found with Robert in particular that he had he wanted to know why I was asking for certain things, which I always like. I like somebody who's
Engaged.
interested in the whys of something and not just, what do you need, So, yeah, it was a good experience.
Great. Thank you.
Counselor? Kate?
Thank you very much, Mike, for all that you do for the organization. I really do appreciate all the questions that you've answered and helped us with along the way, especially over the past month.
Well, my pleasure, and I thank you all, and hope to see you again next year.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. We love your sense of humor as well. So we're down to, let's see, item D. That's our CEO management report.
Yes, ma'am. So the report is in the packet. For anybody who's interested, it's also on the association's website. There are a couple of items that I wanted to highlight of particular interest. One has to do with the Tetra property purchase, which was completed this time last week, so I'm very proud of that, and that we're moving on to it. And our staff began this week doing work on the exterior of that property. A lot of landscaping work is being done. Several dead trees were on the property that are being removed. Tomorrow, we'll be working with our full-service team, Cressa, it's a real estate firm that we've worked with before, to start taking a look at the exterior repairs that need to be done, as well as taking a look at the interior to see what renovation possibilities we have there. But our biggest interest is in making sure that that roof gets replaced right away. We want to do that before the winter season, as well as looking at the HVAC in the building too. So that project is underway. We have a recreation survey that went out this week. It's a Parks and Rec survey that we're doing with George Mason University. It was sent out to 2,500 different Reston Association members, a random sample. We very much look forward to getting the results of that study back, because it is going to inform the board of directors as well as the community as to what matters most to our members. What facilities and programs do they want to see us focus on going forward? So that is coming. If you've gotten one in the mail, please fill it out and send it back in. Again, we're working with George Mason University on that. Next, with land use activities. We've got a lot going on in Reston right now. In the month of September, at the next board meeting on the 24th, a lot of time is going to be spent talking about the different development and redevelopment projects that are happening within not only Reston proper, but along the corridor and what we call the non-PRC or non-planned community district. So far, we've seen about 6 new residential applications that have been filed in the non-PRC area. So more to come next month. We plan on giving an update on that. Reston Town Center North is also listed in the CEO report. The county is entering into, or is seeking to enter into, a public-private partnership specifically with Innova to redevelop Reston Town Center North. As the property that they're being looked at for the shelter and the library is under Reston Association covenants, we very much look forward to participating in those discussions. And there is a community meeting set for September the 19th. It's a Saturday at Reston Community Center, Lake Ann, from 9 to 3 for a public input session. Last but not least, I wanted to highlight something that the Board of Directors will be entering into with the Design Review Board in the month of September, and that's a joint work session to talk about different aspects of the DRB's role in the community, as well as to forge a more collaborative relationship with the Design Review Board and identify ways to streamline our Design Review Board processes. So that's what we have going on right now within the organization.
Thank you very much. Any questions of Kate? If not, we're down to D1 and D2. And I think that's Lucinda, it's you.
My comment on the Tetra working group description is pretty simple. I'd like to request that we amend the working group description, item number 1, by removing the word programming. I'd like to open this building and project up to more types of community use other than only programming. I've heard a lot of comments from members saying they'd like to see a commercial kitchen in there for use, or a bike workshop room, or a exercise room, and I'd just like to have this open to all ideas and not exclude it to only programming. So I just want to remove that word.
We have so much on
Do I make a motion to do that?
You would.
it. Yeah. Mhm.
Okay, I move to remove the word programming in the first bullet of the Tetra working group description.
We have to catch up to you.
Okay, sorry, it's on page 26 or 27? 27.
So I'll second
So you're
that
looking
for
for a second?
discussion.
Okay, ready for discussion?
I said my comments.
Ray?
Sorry?
Ken? Discussion? Mhm.
I'm fine with that. Go ahead.
No, Ray? Anything?
No, I'm fine.
Oh, I'm
Thank
sorry. Ken?
I don't see the issue of the term, because I think it will be looking at all ideas, and I've sort of looked at programming as being a rather ubiquitous term, but, so, I'm fine either way, but I don't see the need to change it.
Eve?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Kate, but don't we use the term programming to refer to any activity that takes place in an RA? I mean, it's a RA-supported activity? I mean, isn't that how we use the term?
Yes, Ken described it well as a catch-all term, so it wasn't meant to limit,
It doesn't limit anything.
not limiting. no.
You're right.
So, Mike?
I don't see the term limiting, but like Ken, either way is fine with me.
Julie?
I agree. I think by taking the word out, you eliminate those who might think that it's limited, so I'm good with it.
Danielle?
I am fine leaving it in or taking it out, but same as Mike and Ken.
Counselor, anything? Kate, anything? Okay. I guess we're ready for the vote. All those in favor of Lucinda's motion, please indicate by raising your hand, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Same. Passes. Second one? B2?
Okay, let me get there. It's on page 32. This item was put into the consent calendar to defer the approval of the Transportation Advisory Committee's work plan and put the advisory committee on hold until further notice, and including but not limited to representation of the Reston Association. I feel like, well, first of all, there was no discussion with the Transportation Advisory Committee on this item. They were not made aware of it, and to put it into the consent calendar without any type of discussion, I don't think it's appropriate. I also feel like the way this went through the board operating and the board governing committee, it wasn't clear to me exactly what the objectives of the committees were. There was no discussion of the reason for this to happen. The committee was not given any examples of actions that justified, putting them on hold or until further notice. And I just want to kind of maybe request from my fellow board members that we consider how we act and treat our volunteers. A lot of people spent years volunteering on this committee, and to have the committee disband through a consent calendar item that was never discussed with any of them is, I feel, not appropriate. So I guess do I have to make a motion?
Could you put it in the form of a motion, please?
I move to remove this item from the agenda.
From the consent agenda?
From the
From the agenda, I'm sorry.
whole
Yeah,
agenda.
Mhm.
I'll second so that we can discuss a little bit further.
All righty. So, Ray, you don't want me to start with you?
Points are well taken,
Okay.
and, yeah, I go along with that. I think they're very well taken points.
Okay. Ken?
Just reviewing the It says on July 6th, the Board Operations Committee met with Lucinda Shannon to discuss the TAC work plan and operation. After a discussion, the BOC unanimously passed the following motion. So I believe this was already discussed.
Can I, can I?
Why don't we let him finish? Yeah?
So I don't know why we're deferring something that's already been agreed to.
All right. Eve?
While I certainly appreciate the sensitivities of any, that any group of volunteers might have about feeling disbanded, I think that we have to remember that this is really part of a bigger goal that we have, which is to combine the transportation group with the biking and to create a multimodal group. It's not really, I mean, Kate, correct me if I'm wrong, but won't we disband the other group as well in order to form the new group? Correct. Okay, so this is just a step, I mean, so what happens is both groups get disbanded and a new group gets formed.
Right.
So, I mean, this isn't a punitive action. This is an evolution of a board need to get support on these issues in a way that sort of fits with where we're going. And it's I have participated in discussions on this. I think from the beginning of my time on the board, and I'm in my third year, so so I know that it has been coming, and it follows the evolution of the like the neighborhood group was another group that we disbanded in exactly the same fashion, so that we could create the community outreach.
Community engagement advisory
I'm
committee.
sorry.
Community and big.
So I think that this is, the reason it's on the consent calendar is because it's not really while I understand the sensitivities that those people may feel, it's really just a mechanical thing that's happening so that we can form a new committee. So I really think we should move forward as we have been working on, again, this is my third year, so I think we should pursue, continue.
Mike?
Very good. This item came before the Board Governance Committee a couple of weeks ago, so I'm certainly aware that we have active discussions on creating a multimodal committee. We did meet earlier this week with the chairs and co-chairs of both committees to get a better sense of timing and also other sensitivities associated with creating a multimodal committee. There will be further discussion at the Board Governance Committee early in August where we will consider a framework for the multimodal committee, which we intend to bring to the Board Operations Committee and then ultimately the board after we've discussed it. I believe that this committee is in transition. It's my understanding that currently the Transportation Advisory Committee does not have an approved work plan. Is that correct,
Correct.
Kate?
Yes.
So without an approved work plan, I think that largely they're not in a position to act for the organization. And so what I would propose is we let the process work. I am committed as the chair of the governance committee to ensure that this moves forward quickly and that we come to closure on this and bring something to the board before the beginning of the new year. So that's this calendar year.
Thank you. Danielle?
Judy. Or Danielle.
Danielle?
Oh, I agree wholeheartedly with Lucinda's concerns about the volunteers, because I feel that maybe you have met with the heads, but I'm not sure if the message is being passed along to all of the volunteers. So I think we need to keep that in our forefront. However, I do agree with everyone else that this conversation has been going on for quite some time in various committees. And I believe it's okay being on the consent because we've all discussed it so much. That's all.
Julie?
Having been at the Board of Operations Committee meeting, I'm quite comfortable with the transformation activities that this consent item represents. I do agree that without an approved work plan, since the work plan is to be at the behest of the board and the things that need to address the community's needs, it makes sense that activities that they would do would be on hold. I do remember that we talked quite extensively about the people serving in those committees and the work they were doing and the quality of work and the contributions they were making, but that we needed to create an organization that reflected a better way for us to interact with the county, and that being a multimodal focus. That, in fact, in my mind, it was elevating that committee to a greater position and role that could take more actions for us than in the form that it was. It was further my understanding that we were asking both Mike and Ellen to interact with those committees, along with Lucinda, to discuss where things might head and how might they contribute to that change and that forward motion. So I'm comfortable with it as written on the consent.
Okay. Lucinda?
Just for the record, I want to acknowledge that in the background of this motion, it says that the Board Operations Committee met with me to discuss the TAC work plan and operations, and after the discussion, the BOC unanimously passed the following motion. I recommended against that motion. This reads to say that, we all agreed, but I'm not part of the Board Operating Committee, and my recommendation was to approach this incrementally and just make smaller changes and not just disband the entire thing. I would also like to note that this is the first time disbanding the Pedestrian Bicycle Advisory Committee is brought up, and I'm quite alarmed that we're discussing disbanding we're disbanding both of the transportation,
Discussion for years, Lucinda.
the Pedestrian Bicycle Advisory
Because
Committee.
that's how you form a new one.
That's how you
I mean,
form
that's
a
just
new
the
one.
mechanics of
We're
it.
bringing the two up to,
I'm sorry.
Ken?
we're bringing the two up to. oh,
Wait,
sorry.
hold on.
Okay, Lucinda.
I'm not finished.
Okay.
Please.
This was not discussed with the committee. I met with Ellen and Mike and the chairs of both of the PBAC and the Transportation Advisory Committee this week. And they talked about joining the two committees and having them join the multimodal committee. They never mentioned that this was coming forward to suspend their committee. I also want to note that if this motion does go through, somebody needs to contact the members of the Transportation Advisory Committee and tell them that this has happened. And also, they cover a lot of transportation meetings in the community. There's the Hunter Mill Transportation Advisory Committee meeting is coming up, which the Reston Association should have a representative at. And also on September 16th, the Route 7 widening public comment period, there's going to be a meeting there where we should have representation at. So that's something that I would like, us to have covered. And I want to read comments that Catherine, the chair of the committee, was not able to be here tonight, and she asked me to read her comments before the item was voted on and to allow any other members who came here tonight to comment before it was voted on. So these are Catherine Martin's comments. On the subject of the board action item to be suspended, to suspend operation of the Reston Association Transportation Advisory Committee beginning immediately. The chair and vice chair of the Reston Association Transportation Advisory Committee has been working cooperatively and enthusiastically with members of the Reston Association Board on the concept of a multimodal transportation committee for close to a year. Our most recent meeting was July 28th. Certainly, it is the elected members of the Reston Association Board that establish the parameters of the advisory committees, and evolving the description of the work efforts of such committees is an appropriate function of the board. I must admit that I am amazed and appalled at the proposed board action item to dissolve the existing Reston Association Transportation Advisory Committee in advance of a replacement committee being put into place. It is like a cease and desist order that implies that some activity was being undertaken by Transportation Advisory Committee members that needed to stop. I am not aware of any activities or representations made by any of our committee members that would cause this action. We are totally aware of our advisory capacity and do not make representations on behalf of the Reston Association. Our appointment and attendance at a variety of Fairfax County and Virginia Department of Transportation functions has kept the RA Board and staff advised as Reston's transportation and development arena changes. Not attending these various community meetings, state and county meetings, will leave important functions such as the September Hunter Mill Transportation Advisory Committee meeting and the September 23rd, 24th public phase of the Virginia DOT Route 7 Widening Working Group uncovered, beginning immediately until an advisory group is formed, slated to be later this year. The Reston Association Transportation Advisory Committee is made up of a variety of volunteers with a variety of skill sets that complement their involvement in transportation-related issues, including, but not limited to, transportation professionals, urban planners, hours spent by these members, urban planners, consensus builders, and consultants. Reston Association members have benefited greatly from the countless hours spent by these members attending various transportation-related meetings around Northern Virginia in order to keep the RA Board advised as to transportation and development issues of note. I have been a member of this advisory committee ever since the Fairfax County Task Force Reston 2000, where I was co-chair of the transportation segment of that group. After the conclusion of that effort, I was encouraged to join the Reston Association Transportation Advisory Committee. I have had the great honor of chairing this group for over a decade with these tremendous volunteers, and our members deserve specific mention. Dr. John Bowman, Vice Chair, has been a member for about a decade, was our Reston Master Plan appointee, which took countless hours of meetings over a period of years. His consulting and background and consensus building skills have been invaluable. He is also an avid bicyclist who is familiar with bike and pedestrian issues in Northern Virginia. Patty Nicholson is an urban planner and longtime resident of Reston. She is president of the Dulles Rail Corridor Association and has been a member for several decades. In addition to keeping us aware of each step of the way of the Metro Rail project, she chaired several Fairfax County forces, the Reston Metro Rail Advisory Group, Reston Master Plan, just to name a few, the work product of which has benefited Reston greatly. Joe Stowers, our longest-serving member who has served several decades, is a planner by profession. Through his membership in various transportation and development, biking and pedestrian groups, loans his incredible knowledge base and experience in the initial development of our Reston to our community. Mike Martin, PEAICP, transportation engineer and consultant, has been a member for most of the 28 years he has lived in Reston. He has been the appointed RA liaison for several county and state task force related to transportation. Tim Donahue, prior RA board member and long-term resident, has served us using his pedestrian and bike interests, as well as his management ability and knowledge of Reston properties. John Mosgrove, a transportation engineer has represented us on the RA Sustainability Charter project and has used his professional expertise to assist us in identifying issues of note. Bob Stein, as a retired federal highway professional, he has been an important asset, especially his views relating to transit. He has a special interest in lighting and hopes to be involved in the county task force relating to lighting in Reston. Dick Rogers, who I believe attends every possible transportation meeting in Fairfax County, has been an active and energetic part of our group as he keeps us informed in writing of what is coming down the pike. Robert Fickelstein, retired rail officer, has shared his unique insights with the group and has been a great support in determining new work efforts that might benefit RA residents members. Sterling Wheeler, the newest member of the group, who recently retired as a transportation professional from the staff of Fairfax County. His experience and knowledge of utilizing the system to properly communicate with county, state staff, and planning commissions will be invaluable to RA. I encourage each of these members to continue to donate their time and skill sets to the Reston Association, whether transportation related or in other advisory committee that sparks their specific interests. I would be remiss in not noting the excellent support of our RA TAC and has had over the years. Our current staff support person, Margot Collins, has done an excellent job in maintaining our agenda, our correspondence, and our minutes. She keeps us informed of transportation or development-related articles of note or items of interest from other advisory committees. As with any volunteer group, a stable support person is critical to our success. She is to be commended in her professionalism and her ability to herd cats. It has been important to our advisory group to have the support of our knowledgeable RA board liaison, Lucinda Shannon, whose passion for doing the right thing in Reston relating to all members is palpable. I would encourage the board not to vote to suspend an advisory committee without a replacement to cover these work efforts being immediately available, so that the RA members have the benefit of continuous coverage of the Transportation Task Force and efforts of the members on behalf of the Reston community. You have that email, right? Sure. That's all.
Now, you made a motion, right? I lost track.
Motion removed from the agenda.
Okay. State your motion again for us, please.
I move to remove item 7 from the consent calendar from the agenda.
Okay. Any more further discussion on this?
I have some more discussion.
Okay, certainly.
I'm new here. I know this has been an issue that's been bandied about for years. And I'm on the government's committee. I love the job they're doing there and focusing on this. I attended a TAC meeting. I'm not a liaison to that committee, but I kind of want to get a feel for what's going on here because this is really an important issue. On the whole multimodal thing, our design is newly formed. It's not set in concrete. It's a guideline.
Mm-hmm.
And I think people need to realize that. And there's a lot of people who have been involved in these committees and with disparate needs and disparate personalities and the timing and their sensitivities, and many of them have passions. All of them have credentials.
Mm-hmm.
But is it working as a unit? Is it going where we need it to go? And I think that's where Mike and Kate and some of the others are trying to coagulate this and get it to go in a direction we all need for this thing to go for the best of Reston. This is definitely in transition from everything I've seen from the various committees and talking to the various people. There are a lot of different personalities. There are a lot of people who, as with any group, they've been doing something for a long period of time in a certain position. You know, that's the way they do it. That's the way they think it should be done. The status quo is not working here. It has to be broken down. We have to do something. This multimodal model is a first step to do that. There is a very detailed meeting plan, and the rubber's about to meet the road. Some of the people that Lucinda mentioned, I'm sure will continue to be involved and do extremely well for us and will be extremely welcome. My guess is that some of them will adhere to whatever it is they're adhering to, and maybe that's not the case. But I'm open to hear what they say, what other people say, what other board members say. We do have to get this thing moving.
Absolutely.
That does not mean that we have to make a quick decision. You know, we're going to have other issues involved where, you know, just because something hasn't happened for 10 years doesn't mean that we have to act in the next 6 months. We do have to get this right, but there has to be more of a sense of urgency than what I've been seeing from the various committees. To combine them, I think that Kate and some of the others are doing a good job of forcing that to happen. That needs to happen. We do have to have something by December 15th. But let's make it right. I mean, I don't think any of us are in a position to say exactly what that is right now. But for various members of these committees that are being combined, maybe split off, you know, maybe some will grow in their authority, maybe some will retract or disappear. They have to flush that out more than we do. We have to provide the leadership, we have to see what makes sense, and we have to keep things on track. But it's really up to them. And all the people that Lucinda's mentioned, you know, let's come to the table. Maybe you don't like this, what we're doing. Give me an alternative, because something has to change.
Thank you, Ray. Ken, anything?
Yeah, just a couple of things. Have the TAC and the PBAC gotten together to talk about joining? As I recall, in my history, the answer is probably yes.
Yes, yes.
Is that, I mean, have the two committees gotten together?
They have
Yeah,
about
sure.
this time last year, we did have a joint meeting with them to talk about the coming together,
Yeah.
looking at multimodal transportation, so that they did meet. All of the committee members were invited to participate in that
I do
discussion.
recall that. And I guess going to the Transportation Committee, I don't recall, even while I was present, the last time they presented anything to us. When was the last time they've come to the board with an update of their activities?
They brought their work plan before the Board Operations Committee at their last meeting,
they
and the
brought it
previous meeting.
Right, and it was asked for rework the first time, and the second time it hadn't changed.
Is there any time?
Does that answer your question, Ken?
Yeah, that's just sort of enlightening. I think I think it's to your point that I think we're beyond the point of sense of urgency. We've been batting this around for, as Eve pointed out, at least 3 years. And we've been discussing multimodal. I even remember writing a letter to Kathy Hudgens about urban street design, adhering to multimodal transportation. I used that term extensively in the letter, and I think that went out a year and a half ago.
At least.
So I think we've been dealing with this for a long time. I have no issue if the board wants to delay again, but I guess the last thing is we have coverage for the upcoming county meetings. I mean, I would assume. Is it Kate?
Yeah, we can, yes. Between the two of us, Larry and I can make sure that there is coverage if there's concern about us not hearing and understanding what's going on at meetings, so.
So
I hate to put you on the hook there, but both of us, we could split it. We could split that between us and take care of that.
I think we've been setting expectations about the multimodal committee for some time, and I think both committees have been fully aware. I know for a fact that PBAC has been fully aware for well over a year that this, and they've been gently riding along because they see the value of it. So I just assume we try to get this accomplished as quickly as possible.
Eve?
Yeah, I think, Ray, you kind of hit on a couple of points. A, it's clear that we have people of tremendous talent that have donated just hundreds and hundreds of hours, and it certainly is our hope that that will continue, that they will continue to do so. And it, I think that I think that it's time. I think that, you know, we have discussed it. They had a joint meeting. It's not really a surprise. I think it is always surprising when it's there, but I think that, you know, it's time to time to move forward and get this accomplished. So as long as we have coverage for those critical meetings, and I look forward to the work that these guys are going to do together, because they're two, we have a great pool of talent in those two groups, and I think together it's going to be, I look forward to getting, the information that we need in order to sort of get Reston moving forward. So.
Mike?
Very briefly, a couple of points. Number one, I sincerely appreciate the active engagement of the members of the Transportation Advisory Committee. I think that this merger, if you want, with the Pedestrian Bike Advisory Committee makes very, very good sense. I spoke certainly with PBAC, with Kelly, about this possibility. They too see the need for it. This is a transition. When you see it written in a motion like this, I know that it can be a little uncomfortable, but I'm committed to working to make sure that this merger happens quickly, and that the result of these two committees coming together will serve Reston far better.
Okay. Danielle?
Yes, again, briefly. I'm glad, Lucinda, that you brought up each person's name, because the expertise and the work they've done has been phenomenal, as all our volunteers. We should really recognize them almost by name when we can, and appreciate all that they've done. However, I do have to piggyback. This is the first time I've heard anything from TAC, other than them coming to the Board Operating Committee and presenting some work plans, which we went back and asked for rewrites a few times. I wholeheartedly support leaving this on the consent calendar at this time.
Julie?
I echo my other board members' comments, and I did want to point out that no one's talking about disbanding PABC at this moment. They have an approved work plan.
Yes.
And they are a functioning organization. And I just saw this really as an opportunity to expand, address all modes of movement, walk, bike, cars, metro, whatever. And sometimes it's good to stop, pause, take a fresh look, regroup, re-energize, and just say, well, we've always done it this way. Well, maybe, fine, but maybe it's a chance to say, well, how about trying another way? And I think now's the time to try another way.
Mm-hmm.
It's really at our doorstep, like, right, you said. It's coming at us, this, 18-ton truck wheeler thing. And so that's all.
Anything else, Lucinda, before we ask for the vote?
I just wanted to make sure that any of the committee members or public who had comments on this specific topic had an opportunity to comment before
Well,
it
I'm
was
going to ask
voted on.
them to make comments during the member comments, please.
And I also want to note that this is not a merger of the two committees. This is a dissolution of one committee. And that's all.
Okay. Okay, all those in favor of Lucinda's motion, please raise your hand.
Aye.
I have one question.
Mhm.
What would be the implication of taking this off the consent calendar?
It's already off the
We've
consent.
taken it off.
Well, take it off of the agenda.
Then it wouldn't be considered tonight.
All right,
All right. It's coming off the agenda.
okay.
Okay. Opposed?
Opposed?
Yeah, I mean, all those in,
Wait,
Which one?
wait,
all those in favor of Lucinda's agenda?
which is,
To take it off
Take
the
it off.
agenda.
Take it off the agenda, right? Okay. All those opposed? Any abstentions? Okay.
I'm saying take it off for tonight.
We're good? Okay, thank you very much, Lucinda.
Now you-
Anything else, Counselor?
Now you've got to have the other motion that you had.
Which is the, through the information on the consent agenda. Mike, do you mind reading it? And we'll vote on that.
So the motion that's presented before the board is to move to approve the recommendations of the Board Operations Committee to, one, indefinitely defer approval of the Transportation Advisory Committee work plan covering the period from March 2015 to December 15. And two, put the activities of TAC on hold until further notice, including but not limited to representation of the Reston Association. And three, evaluate in coordination with the Board Governance Committee what options are available regarding restructuring the committee, including but not limited to the establishment of a multimodal transportation advisory committee.
Okay, and that's a motion. Is
That's
that a
the
motion, Counselor? Okay, we need a second.
I second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please indicate in the usual manner. Aye. Opposed? Did you get that? Or just the one? Opposed to the motion.
No abstention.
Do we have any abstentions? Abstentions? No. Thanks again, Lucinda.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we're down to E, member comments. Thank you. Member comments during Reston Association board meetings are reserved for Reston Association residential property owners and renters. When called on by the board president, speakers are to state their full name and street address. Individual members representing their own interests or opinion are allotted approximately 3 minutes to speak. Individuals speaking on behalf of a homeowners group, Reston Association Committee, or Reston-based organization are allotted approximately 5 minutes. However, before we get started, as you can see, we have a full room. I understand there are some members here this evening that would like to present the board with some exciting news. The Reston Little League. And before they come up, just like to give you a little bit of background. RA owns and operates many facilities that are used by a wide variety of Reston organizations. One of the longest standing organizations that work closely with RA is Reston Youth Baseball. A 2012 Best of Reston honoree organization, Reston Youth Baseball and Reston Little League have worked with RA over the past 4 decades on field improvements and other initiatives. With their support, RA installed its first set of ball field lights in 2013 at Brown's Chapel. Over the past few months, major renovations to the fields at Brown's Chapel have transformed the park into a beautiful home base for Reston baseball. And I believe we have representatives from Reston Youth Baseball here tonight. And I would like to introduce Jason Walker. Jason, are you there?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'd like to recognize Doug Boucher. Many of you know Doug from his time here on the board. He serves as Reston Little League Vice President, and then the best Fields Commissioner in District 4, Matt Babby. And he's done a lot of work with Reston Association also. So there are great things happening at Brown's Chapel. It is a true jewel in the middle of Reston, and now we have night baseball at Brown's Chapel 1, and the renovations there are outstanding. We have new fencing, we have new sod, we have new dugouts, we have new areas for the teams to warm up, their pitchers, new bullpen areas, and it's a state-of-the-art field, and it's awesome. At Brown's Chapel 2, it's been transformed into a game-ready, competition-ready baseball field for 60, 90 players. So what you're looking at is, starting in spring of 2016, a facility in a park in the middle of Reston with a lit baseball field where all of our families, we serve almost 600 families in Reston, almost 700 players each year, and every single one of those players and every single one of those families will play at Brown's Chapel. Everyone is scheduled to go through there. So now what we have is, on any day or any night, you're going to see people in Reston who are ages 6 through 18 playing at these fields, because our single-A kids will play at Browns Chapel, and then our middle school Reston-based teams through Babe Ruth and through travel, and those same high school-age teams will have an opportunity then to play 60-90 baseball at Browns Chapel. So you're going to see kids 6 through 18, and who knows, we adults might put together a pulled muscle league and go out and play some baseball out there. So one of the things that's happened is that not only do we have the support of the Reston Association Board, but we also have the support of our community. And our community has really helped us with fundraising in the past 3 years as we shift our focus to investing in fields, so that the work that we do as volunteers in the room right now will have an impact for years to come on families that play Reston Youth Baseball. And so that brings me here tonight because I'd like to invite you up, because Reston Little League would like to donate $20,000 to this
We like that.
Keep talking, we'll get it up to 40.
Last one.
How's that?
Larry, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Larry is ready and willing and always there for us when we want to talk about fields, and he helps us tremendously with regard to this partnership that we have with Reston Little League and Reston Association. He's my first contact here always, and he's always there to help. So thank you, Larry, for what you do. Larry.
Well, I think this is one of our most exciting board members that I've ever attended, right? Especially with the 20,000, right?
Do you have to put that on the tax return?
Oh, nobody loves. I think it's under 50. You don't have to do it, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay. We have some more visitors in our presence today, and in fact, we ran out of chairs. So, Mike, do you have something to say?
Yeah, I just want to thank Ellen, you, and the board for inviting the Greater Reston USTA U14 state champions.
All right.
Jim Elder is our coach. Mark Elder, our parent captain, Ty Lamb.
Renzo.
Come on, folks. That is one thing. All right. Great job, guys. Ready? I promise. Last one. But wait. I got you on video too. I want to make sure we get you on YouTube. Hang in there. Hang in there.
Oh, I didn't get it.
Parents, you want to come up?
Regrettably, I left my checkbook in the car. I will make very short remarks. Didn't know that I was going to make any. This team qualified for the state playoffs by winning the Fall-Winter League. We won all 7 matches back in the fall, playing at different venues around Northern Virginia. Then we had a 3-match playoff against the other top teams in our local league. Then we played the winner of the other flight of 8 teams, which was from the 4-star tennis program at Four Seasons Racket Club in Merrifield. That qualified us. We also played at a higher level in the spring, came in second in that flight. So that team didn't qualify, but the core of kids, 8 of them, one of them is out of town today. Megan Bauer is not here, but that qualified us for states. We had that this past weekend in Norfolk at Old Dominion University. We had to play 5 team matches, including boys singles, girls singles, boys doubles, girls doubles, and mixed doubles. First team to win 8 games in each match. We won all 5 matches, defeating the McLean Honey Badgers in the final, 32-28. Okay, yeah, I wanted, my son is always helping me. I want to name the children. They're wearing the medals that we were presented last Sunday at Old Dominion University. Abon Garayelli, Abon First, Samson Anavarapu, Kathleen Warich, Valerie Yu, Celeste Constantine, Victoria Lamb, and Renzo, let's see, what's his last name? Oh, Sanyo. Anyway, next weekend we play at the University of Virginia at the Boar's Head facility in the sectional playoffs against 2 of the other teams that we beat in Old Dominion University. Also against 2 teams from Maryland, from Montgomery County, and from Green Spring Racket Club north of Baltimore, and a team from the District of Columbia. Hopefully we will win that and go on to nationals in October in South Carolina. So wish us the best of luck.
Thank you. Okay. Really exciting, huh? All right, back to our agenda. Member comments? Ladies and gentlemen, please. First on the agenda is David Thomas to speak.
I'm not hearing any clapping, come on.
And so please state your name and address.
My name's David Thomas. I live at 2258 Cedar Cove. And you have a presentation up here. But I'm speaking on behalf of the Cedar Cove Cluster Stream Restoration Committee. I'm the chairman of that. But first, before I get started, I know Reston went through an issue that we had last week with raw sewage leak that went into, unfortunately, that ended up going in to Lake Audubon. But I will say this, is the leadership of Kate and her team. I mean, if I'm in a bunker, I want to be with Kate. Because the next day, or that day, county was in there, we got everything done, and so working with the county and get everything done to clean it up. But with that said, it leads us to, of course, an issue in which, it's been on the board, it's been out there in front of the committee, I think, since 2005, and it's something that, where we jump forward to today, and we have a serious issue before us, and it's something that, with this raw sewage leak is, unfortunately, I hope it's not the tip of the iceberg in terms of what's to come if we don't do anything immediately. And I just ask for the board to just bear with me as I just go through this presentation. Let's see how I do this thing. Okay, looking through here this is in 2007, some of the streams. And I don't know if everyone knows where the stream actually is located. It's right by South Lakes High School, right up South Lakes Drive. And it goes down into the Lake Audubon right there. And it's in between Cedar Cove Cluster and then Wake Robin Street. And also, before I get started, if I may, board members, we wouldn't have so many speaking. We decided to have representatives from each of the community, but we do have a lot of people from the community here. If they wouldn't mind standing up just to show just some of the support here is that we have. And to where what we did was so we didn't have to have a lot of speeches, that we just had representatives. And more importantly, we have a committee set up because we're just really concerned about this, and I know you all are as well. And Ann Driscoll is going to be speaking as well, after me. But one of the things, if you look over here with the stream restoration, it's 2007. As you can see, it's not as, it's definitely there in terms of the erosion that's occurring along the way, but I'm just going to take you on a little journey right now, just with some of the pictures that I have here. This is current right now in terms of 2015. This is up by the road, up by South Lakes. You can see on the left side is the tunnel. It's in the background. It's hard to see a little bit just with all the greenery back there. We see all the rocks and others. And so what you're going to see is in the beginning up by the street with the erosion occurring, it gets worse and worse as you go along. I mean, in some of the areas, you're looking at 5 to 7 feet deep, some of these ditches along the way. So let me just keep going along here. This is right here. This is one of the pipes on the left. I mean, look at that. What we're looking at, the erosion has just from 2007 to where we are today, it is amplified. And it is something that the pipe on the right is the one that broke. That's the one where the leakage was, and they put a temporary fix on that. And I'm assuming it's temporary. I don't know if it's, I don't know. I'm not an expert on that. Somebody will have to answer that for me. But turn to the next one. There's just another picture of this in terms of what we have. And as you can see, on the left, you look at 2007, the one thing that's noticeable, it's getting wider and it's getting deeper. And more importantly is the safety of this area now is becoming of a concern, not only just with the kids in the neighborhood, but just also with the community itself, these pipes being more and more exposed as we go along. Then this is just along the way, some more pipes. There's all these pipes along the stream. I don't know if you guys have had a chance to walk along. If you haven't, I really recommend it. And I've never seen anything like it before. And you see all these raw sewage pipes that are along the way. Then, again, on the embankment, there's another one. There's all these electrical wires or cable wires that are out there. The one on the left is, I'm not sure exactly what that is. That's another pipe, raw sewage. But then there's cables all in there. Again, another pipe on the right there. Then, this is just there's many of these. I had thousands of pictures, as you could imagine, with all the number of trees there. This just gives you an example of what our area is looking like back there. Is the erosion with the trees in the area is a serious problem, because what we're looking at is sooner or later those trees are going to fall. And they're going to fall in our homes. Or on somebody or on these pipes, which is going to cause a more serious problem in terms of leakage and, with raw sewage. Okay, so the storm that we just had, not today, but the other day, I went out, my son and I went out, and we were like, all right, we're going to go out, and I'm going to go out for Kate and get out there and just get everything in terms of pictures. Because the most important thing is I want information. I want you guys to have the information from where we're coming from, and let you guys to where we want to be a part of this process. But you look to the one on the left, that's the pipe. That's the water that's flowing through this, and it's going over the pipe they just fixed. Okay? So again, you're looking at this thing to where you're seeing the flow of water in the expansion. Look how wide this is and deep. Another pipe on the right side as well. And then here we go again. 2 more pipes. I mean, this is more looking like a river than a creek. I mean, when we were out there, my son's first comment was, this is like Niagara Falls. I mean, it is unbelievable the sound. It's like, it's amazing. For somebody that's lived in Reston for 46 years, all my life, I grew up around here. I've never seen anything like this in a stream. You know, my brother's Jeff, who's not here tonight, of course. I'm speaking, of course, he chooses not to be here. But, you know, we used to go out in the creeks and go into the water and stuff and everything. But I just never seen anything to this extent. But more importantly, you look at the number of pipes that are exposed in that area. It is unbelievable. And the seriousness of this is, it's something in which immediate action, I believe, just really needs to occur here. So then what you do is the area that you saw upstream is you saw the water rushing heavy. Now what you're doing is you're seeing the water really start, you get more towards the middle and you're getting towards the lake now. And so what's happening is the water is backing up. So this area right here on the left and the right, this is actually right near my yard, and also Rick, I believe your all's yard right there. That right there is about 5 to 6 feet deep, that water. So think about that in terms of the safety of our kids. But more importantly, it's not stopping. The erosion is increasing, and it is something which the flow of water is really digging out this area, and the channel has just been amplified. So right here, I just want to just show you what I did. John and I just took a quick video. What this one is, just going to play real quick, is of the flow of water, how fast it is, but then with the long, I don't know if there's any sound, but you look, and then this is up towards the tunnel. The tunnel's right there. So that's coming down from the other side of South Lakes. So this is the water that's coming from South Lakes High School in the area over there that they actually fixed. And I believe the county, I'm not sure on this, I believe the county did that project and has now increased the flow of water to this area. So over these since 2007, we've had, of course, South Lakes High School be rebuilt. And so what we've done is we've seen a lot of runoff now, and it's increased the level of this. And then on the next one, if I may, this will be I got a couple more slides. But the next one right here is just this one right here. This is the pipe, the flow of water. Look at this. This is the pipe that was broken and that they fixed. Okay, going right over it. So all we're doing, we're asking for again. We're just asking for a rock to come along there. And sometimes you would think it would be the kids that are going to go out there and throw rocks and things. It's nature that's doing this. And something needs to be done to really correct this. But this is the pipe right there, every rainfall. Today, I didn't get home in time to try to film it again with the big downpour that we had. But it's something that I'm really hoping that you all will really take and address and put it in your budget and really take this to a level with the county and all the other players that are needed. And let me just go on. That's there. You know, from my perspective on this, it's safety, safety, safety. I mean, as you all know. I mean, with my kids and the other kids in the neighborhood, I mean, before they used to play back there, there's no way now. No way. I mean, if they were getting that water, toddlers, whatever, I mean, they would be swept away. Drownings could occur just right there in that area. But then also, of course, I don't need to tell everybody the health concerns. You know, we had to test for E. coli because we had raw sewage in there, somewhere between 100 to 200 gallons of raw sewage. I mean, that was horrific. And thanks to Kate and her team, we got it cleaned up before any more went in. And so that was great. And then, of course, tree stability. You know, we don't need any trees. I walked it actually before I came here at 4 o'clock. I was walking up the stream to see, and there was trees, little tree limbs, big branches that were actually on these pipes. And all we're doing, we're just waiting for another big, unfortunately, and hopefully not a big disaster where we have a serious leakage of these pipes. And then, of course, I don't need to tell anybody but the environment. I mean, Lake Audubon is a treasure of Reston, and it's something that we really need to come to a solution to get this thing taken care of here. And we're excited to have Julie on board as our new representative, and of course with everybody on the board here of trying to find this. But just as the Cedar Cove cluster, in terms of having a committee, we are committed to work with you and to be a part of making this thing, happen in terms of finding a way in which we can move forward to do what we need to do in terms of engineering perspective and getting these pipes cleaned up and making this a safe and beautiful area for Reston. So, but that's all I have, and I thank you for giving me the time to speak, and thanks for all your help. And Kate, again, thank you for your leadership. So, and getting that done, appreciate it.
And Dave, we'll give your brother Jeff a good report about you.
Exactly. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate it. Ann Driscoll?
Yes. Hi, I'm Ann Driscoll. I live on Wake Robin Lane. We are not a cluster. We're a group of individual homeowners, a number of whom are here in the room. I bought my house in 2004. I didn't know anything about this nice little creek behind me. It was a lovely part of an asset to my house. And within a matter of months, I was called to a meeting about the disastrous conditions up creek. And we tried to work with a very complicated set of opportunities on how to repair this area, but it didn't go through. So I thought, fine, it's all gone away, the problem's gone away, except the lake was drained a while later, and while the lake was empty, a storm came through, and suddenly the little creek next to my house was 10 feet deep. So I'm the lady who had a gazebo. If you are on Lake Audubon near the end, there's a gazebo. Well, it used to be a gazebo. As of 2 months ago, it's gone because of all these water conditions. But I contacted the association, and it was really over their head to deal with this. I called the county. The county said, lady, it's your stormwater drain or your sewer. I said, I'm standing on top of a sewer top here, and it says Fairfax County Sewer Authority, and there is a great big pipe running across here. And by the way, all the way down the shoreline, there's a big pipe now that's hanging out, and it connects to another one of those things down on the front of the lake. And I understand it keeps going for God knows how many miles. And I said, these things are hanging in the air. So thank God the sewer authority came down, scratched their head, said, and the next thing I know, I've sacrificed a 40-foot magnolia tree and my entire yard because they built a road across my yard and down to the creek side and rolled God knows how many tons of boulders to fill up that 10 feet that starts where that creek ends up in the lake and back up to Rick and Kimberly's house. That's where now the 10-foot or the 5-foot deep water is because the rocks stop at that point. We've been holding back this tremendous torrent of water. I feel like I'm also a spokesman for a little engine that could. There's this little bitty creek. It's 0.2 of a mile long. It was this innocent little thing. Then we built more houses and we built bigger schools and we built more things that were throwing water into it. And this little thing, every time it rains, it becomes a whitewater rafting site. You know, you want to take kayaking down here, we can kayak you down our stream bed, along with rocks and boulders and trees and other things. So we know this is too big. I was on the environmental committee for a while. I know what these kinds of problems, they're little things. This is a forever problem. It is a little bitty creek that is a water road in Reston. It is a road that water goes over. It needs to be taken care of. It needs to be drained. It needs to be protected. And it's going to have to be watched all the time. I'm 75 years old, and every time it rains, I go down with my little picks and shovels, and I dig boulders, and I dig branches out of the creek around this pipe because I'm the keeper of this one pipe, as others are the keepers of the pipes. We need you to help us. We know it's county, we know it's watershed management, we know it's sewer, we need its transportation, its schools. We want you to know that we've committed to work with you, but we need you guys to organize it for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ann. Would you start timing the speakers? We have quite a few individuals who want to speak, and I'm sure everyone has something worthwhile to say and they want to be heard. So we're going to go back to our schedule of 3 minutes, individuals, 5 minutes for organizations. Jeremiah Novak, I hope I pronounced it correctly. Jeremy, I'm sorry.
My name is Jeremy Novak. I live at 2005 Halyard Lane. I live at lakefront property on Lake Thoreau. I've been there for 37 years, and I have a boat on the lake. I came here today because I received a notification that said that the motor on my boat was more than either 3 horsepower or 80 pounds thrust. The regulation was developed a number of years ago because there were a few people who, in their pontoon boats, who traveled too fast back and forth, and you had tried to do something about that and created this regulation. Unfortunately, I agreed there was a problem, but this regulation was wrong at the time. It doesn't solve the problem because there's a bad driver, and just technically, the calculation between 3 horsepower and 80 pounds thrust is totally wrong. I had brought it up at the time, and nothing was done about it. And so what I hadn't done anything for a number of years about it because it wasn't enforced. Now it seems that you're enforcing this regulation. I called up staff and said, well, look, the calculation is wrong on this regulation. They said, well, no, it's passed by you guys, so we're enforcing it, whether it's wrong or right. The calculation it uses a very complicated calculation with watts and energy and horsepower and other things that I'm not going to bore you with today. But if you use, although some motor manufacturers don't compare the power to thrust to horsepower, your regulation states it has a maximum of 3 horsepower and 80 pounds thrust. My motor is a little more than 80 pounds thrust. Instead of me doing calculations, this is from one of the motor manufacturers. They have on their motor size at 3 horsepower is 162 pounds of thrust. So it's just that whoever maybe they never did calculations, it's just totally wrong, and maybe you need an electrical engineer to do this. The problem with a few pontoon boats going much too fast is the bigger engines are normally rated in horsepower, up to 3 horsepower. Those motors cost $3,000 to $5,000, and they zoom around the lake. The smaller motors, like mine, they cost $300 to $500, and you can't go very fast because they're much smaller motors. Your calculation says that my smaller motor isn't eligible, but if I traded my $500 motor for one 10 times the price at $5,000, it would be eligible. Those motors have between 4 and 8 batteries. The smaller motors have 4 batteries. This regulation should be stopped and not enforced at this time until you can at least correct the regulation or change it to make something effective.
Thank you very much, Mr. Novak. I see the Reston Little League signed up. I don't know if they want to speak again. Are they still here?
No, they're gone.
Okay, good. Nita Saidi, probably mispronounced it, but I apologize.
I believe we already.
Okay. Pat Duncan.
I just signed up by mistake.
Okay.
Cross that off.
That's okay. Dan or Don Hirsch. Okay. Moving right along. Sid and Roger? No? Okay. And then I have just a name, Robinson.
That was that form was outside.
Okay,
like
all
it was
right.
Sign up and
No problem.
was attending. So
Good.
I think that's probably what.
Thank you for coming anyway. Leslie and Marcia Platt?
Yeah, the form was outside as people who were attending.
Okay, good. Thank you. Charlie Evans, same thing?
Oh, yeah, I'm just here.
Good. What about Lynn Jagger? Same thing? Okay. Oh, and this looks like Bentley. The address is 11923 Triple Crown.
Me, and I join others.
Okay, good. I like that. You're helping us. Thank you so much. And, okay, this is a good one. Jack Welch.
Here.
You're not the real Jack Welch, though. Okay.
Me.
Very real.
Real Jack Welch.
Okay.
Is he an alien?
Yeah, all right. So, now we're down to item F. As approved by the Board of Directors in November 2013, $30,000 was earmarked in the 2014 capital expense budget to replace the pavilion structure at the Pony Barn Recreation Area. In May 2014, the board directed staff to prepare a plan to evaluate alternative uses of the Pony Barn picnic area located at the corner of Steeplechase Drive and Triple Crown Road. In June 2014, staff presented a community input plan for Pony Barn / Steeplechase Recreation Area, which was approved by the board. Initial community meetings were held in the summer of 2014 to gather input, and the Pony Barn Working Group was formed. Monthly meetings of the working group began in August of 2014. At our regular meeting in December 2014, the working group provided an update to the board on the group's activities. The working group reported out on the work they had completed to date and presented recommendations on possible updates to the site, including, but not limited to, adding a concrete floor, unobtrusive lighting, grill, and electrical outlets, replacing the metal billboard, improving accessibility by adding walkways to Steeplechase and Triple Crown roads, acknowledging the equestrian history of the Pony Barn by adding an educational kiosk, improving the playground by adding play equipment designed for toddlers and handicapped children, moving or hiding the dumpster and portable toilets, adding an observation deck to the butterfly meadow with educational elements, adding bird and bee houses, and developing an educational curriculum based around the butterfly meadow for children and campers. Since December 2015, the working group has been collaborating with a landscape architect and civil engineer from Urban Limited to develop conceptual plans for the renovation of the recreational area. I am honored this evening to invite the key volunteer leaders of this working group, Ms. Oklowitz, and I'm probably going to mispronounce your name, forgive me, Zawitz, Ms. Zawitz, good, and our good friend Bob Wolf, to present to the board their concept plan for the Pony Barn Recreation Area. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you. As Ellen said, my name is Renetta Oklowitz. I've lived in Reston since 1980, and I'm very honored to be here tonight representing the Pony Barn Working Group along with Marianne and Bob, and another member of our working group, Larry Butler,
All right.
our staff extraordinaire. He's going to do a part of our presentation as well. Quite honestly, Ellen, you just basically went through my presentation.
Sorry.
Which may be a good thing, because we're running a little late. But just to reiterate, first of all, before I say my 3 words, I think, I'd like to ask all of the Pony Barn Working Group members, whether you've been at some of the meetings, all of the meetings, you're just in the neighborhood, to please stand and be recognized. This really has been quite a collaborative group process. So tonight we're going to update you on our progress. We're going to share with you our plans. We're going to share with you our plans to move forward. And we're going to ask for your feedback. We're going to ask for your questions. And most importantly, we're going to ask for your approval to move forward with the plan so we can begin to implement them. We're getting quite anxious. We've been at this for a while. I was going to talk to you a little bit about the background of the Pony Barn and how it got its name, but I'm going to assume you all know, and where it's located at the corner of Steeplechase and Triple Crown Road. It's two distinct parcels that are adjacent to one another. One of them houses the pavilion, typical picnic pavilion, although the amenities are pretty sparse there. And adjacent to it, which can be accessed via a pathway, is the Butterfly Meadow, which is the entrance to the Glade Valley Stream area, which is, I will say, one of the most beautiful and precious wooded areas in all of Reston. If you haven't been there, you've got to go and walk it. It's absolutely lovely. What a treasure. So tonight, we're going to talk to you about the improvements that we developed, how we developed them. Marianne will talk about that. And then Bob will talk about the work that's still yet to be done, and Larry has more information to share with you on what comes next. I think since, Ellen, you so nicely wrapped it all up for me, what I would like to share is my observation of being part of this working group. I think it was the first time, perhaps, that RA decided, rather than come in and say, this is what we're going to do, and it gets very contentious, and it got a little contentious. But you know what happened out of that, as I always say, out of crisis comes opportunity. It became an opportunity to create a new model for Reston of how we work together. The residents, as you see, these people, and this is not everyone, really dedicated to improving this park area. We value it, we love it, it's treasured by everyone who lives there, and everyone in Reston comes there and utilizes it. And I want to give a call out to, certainly to Kate, you've been tremendous, to Larry Butler, I don't know, there he is, all dressed up, I didn't recognize him. He looked GQ, right? We're so used to him dressed different. But anyway, the staff has been fabulous. It's been such a collaborative effort. I always like to say we've been sitting at a table working shoulder to shoulder to get this job done. That's the way Reston should move forward with anything else. It's not easy always, collaboration. It's never easy. But you always end up in a better place. So I'm just going to move this forward real quickly. Is there anybody have questions about where these parks are located? Or I don't want to go through all of that. So I'm going to turn this over to you.
Fast.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, this is going to be a little interesting because the setup is not exactly what we were hoping for. But let me go back and tell you a little bit about what we did. When we reported to the board last year, we were in the middle of the process, and we had established goals. We had started to look at amenities that would achieve those goals. The first and foremost thing that I want to express to you is that we really valued these parks, that they are a part of our community. We use them all the time. I think RA had a feeling that because they didn't have good rentals, that they weren't being used, but we were using them all the time. And if somebody comes up to you and says, these are vacant lots, they're not vacant, they're just not people in them. There's a lot of flora and fauna that live in these parks that we want to protect. So the primary goal was to keep to refresh these parks, to keep them as part of our neighborhood, in the sense that we wanted to have them for families and children, and to make them accessible to all Restonians, whether they're disabled or whether they're on bikes or have strollers. And we wanted to really emphasize how important nature was and to provide educational opportunities to look at the ecosystem of the area. So the reason that this slide is up here is to give you just a brief understanding of what's going on. The areas that are in the yellow are the actual outlines of the park areas. The Triple Crown goes between them, Steeplechase is on the side. The blue areas are the cleared areas, so that's where anything could happen. What we're saying is we want to keep all of the trees. We don't want to be cutting down any trees if we can avoid it, and we want to just work within those blue areas. The other thing that's really important to realize is that these parks are about 2.5 blocks from Hunterswood School. When you go down to Steeplechase, or where the sign that says Steeplechase over there, about another block or so in the woods, there's another playground area for 5 to 12-year-olds. there are paths on both sides of the south parcel. The parcel that's on the sides that are facing Steeplechase is a Fairfax County walkway. That's the very kind way of putting it, I think. It's paved. There is what used to be a bridle path that's on the other side that goes all the way down into the glade. So that is not paved. In fact, we're thinking that it's going to be a great source of compost in the future because the mulch is so bad and it gets so wet. So that's the layout of the parks. The pony barn itself, I remember when Reston Association decided to turn it into a picnic pavilion because it was a barn. And it's up on a hill. The topography there is a little up and down. And they took the sides off, but they left the mulch floor. They also added a little playground. There's a parking lot that's gravel and has a place for about 11 cars. They put in porta-johns and a dumpster. There's water in a drinking fountain. The riding ring, which is parcel B, that used to be the riding ring, probably about 10 years ago, Claudia would know this better, the riding ring had been gone for years and years. It had been a field, and they put in wildflowers in about a third to half of the meadow. And it's now we've renamed it the Butterfly Meadow because it is just spectacular right now. And you should come and visit and look at it and look at the flowers and the butterflies, as well as all the other critters that are around there. So anyway, let me go forward. And I don't know, you may have to help me with this, Sabrina. You may need, is that where you have to do it, up there? Yep. Yeah, okay. I'm going to try to do it here as well because the pointer doesn't work over there. And I hope you can see this, but I think you'll be able to see it better up there. So we worked, after we met with you, we had started our list of amenities, and we went forward by discussing each and every amenity as a group. And we looked at additional research needs, and we voted on the things that we wanted in and the things we wanted out. We took that list and we gave that to the landscape architect. And that's been our guide for what we're doing. Now, what I'm going to talk about right now are really the bricks and mortar types of things. There are a lot of things on our list that are soft things that we still are working on, and some of those things have been done as well. But let's see if I can get I don't know where the pointer is on this, but so where's the pointer? This up here? Okay. So if you look up right here, which is sort of like where the blow up comes out. Over here, I can do it over here. All right, right there. That's the picnic pavilion. Now, one of the main things that we wanted to do is to bring this park up to the other parks that are rented, the picnic pavilions that are rented in Reston. And you won't find any of those other parks with mulch on the floor. So it's a little hard to maneuver around, and it's not really conducive to food. So we want to put in a concrete floor. We want it to be stamped so we can put some games in it permanently. And we want to expand, sort of maybe change some things. There used to be 2 grills. Now there's only 1 grill. What we want to do, because this is the largest pavilion, a picnic pavilion in Reston, we want to make it so you can use it for 2 groups. So that area that you're looking at right now would be the new layout for the picnic pavilion, where we would put 2 grills in the back, which would allow 2 groups to use it at the same time, or a very large group to use it. So it gives us more flexibility in its utility. We also are adding 2 serving tables and 2 accessible picnic tables in the back. The serving tables are like up in here, there, And then these are the accessible picnic tables. And one of the reasons for this is that we wanted it to be a place that would be conducive to people to bring food. So we're also, we found out that it does have electricity, so we want to add electrical outlets. It's very, very dark in there, so we want to have lighting as well. So this would, the electrical outlets would allow people to bring crock pots and hot plates and things that they could use. So the next thing that I want to go to is the playground area, which is down here, and that's over here. The working group decided that we really needed a tot lot. We're very close to Hunter's Woods, where there's a nice big playground for older children, and we're not too far away from the Glade area playground, which is for older children. What we don't have is a tot lot. So we wanted to make this also accessible for kids with disabilities. And so we're expanding the size of the playground. Right now it has 2 swings. It's got a baby swing and a regular kid swing, and it's really small. We're also adding fences to keep the tots in. I think that's always a good thing. Corral, it's a pony barn, so I guess it's the tot corral. We're also adding a bench near the tot lot for the adults that are going to be supervising the tots. Parking and accessibility have been a really major objective of the working group. This design, right, there's the parking lot, allows for van accessible ADA compliant parking space. In addition, what we're recommending is that there be walkways that go from the hard surface out of Triple Crown all the way into the park. And then this part right here is going to be accessible because it's very steep, so it will come around at a proper grade. Right now, you may not know this, but there are no sidewalks on Triple Crown, except across in front of my house and your house and a few other houses, but they don't connect to anything. So what we really want to do is everybody takes their kids that are coming down the street to walk to school, and they've got a goat path that goes through the parking lot and then up the hill and then through the woods. Well, we want to pave it to make it so that it's really worthwhile and a good connection to the Fairfax County sidewalk that's up there. So these are the elements that are for getting people in. And the other thing is that we're looking at surfaces for the parking lot that will also possibly be pervious in some part, but we're still working on that. That's not been decided yet. We are moving the absolutely disgusting dumpster. Yay! So it is no longer facing Bob's house. And recommending that, at least in the beginning, that it be with toters instead of the big dumpster. And then we're also relocating the porta-johns so that they're a little bit more out of the way. But the whole park will be accessible. I think that's one of the things that was really important to us. And now, if we can go back to the, go to the butterfly meadow. As I said before, this is not a vacant lot. There's a lot going on down here. And so we didn't want people to be getting into it and ruining it for the flora and fauna that live there right now. So what we are proposing is that we add an overlook, which is up there. You can see it up in the corner, right here. It's like a deck off the Fairfax County path that would allow people to sit up there. There's be a bench and there'd be kiosks with information about what's going on in the meadow, so that you can be a part of the meadow but not ruin the meadow. I think that's the best way to put it. We also have included several benches so people can be in the meadow but not really on top of it. And we're providing for paving of the pathway that goes all the way down to the glade and also connects to the picnic pavilion, as well as across to the Fairfax County Park, Fairfax County walkway. So we are connecting. This particular parcel is the gateway to the Glade Stream Park. So it's really important that people come and park at this parking lot and then go down into the Glade. It's also going to make this whole area accessible to bicycles and people with strollers.
Yeah.
Where they have not been able to. I saw a father and a toddler the other day, and the father had obviously brought the toddler in with a stroller. It was sitting in the middle of the parking lot because the gravel had gotten him, and he had to take the kid out of the stroller because he couldn't go any further. So these are the things that we're recommending. We have this list of the amenities, and now Bob's going to talk some about and I will give you the list of the amenities that I just talked about, so you can look at them some more when you get to other decisions you have to make. And Bob's going to talk about some of the things that are still to be done. Oh, she's got to get out.
Right. So we've just got a few more slides for you. And what we've done so far in the implementation, in addition to about a year of meetings, some of them twice a month, is we've, with Claudia, made additional plantings into the meadow and brought that on its way back. We've secured a designation of the Butterfly Meadow as a monarch way station. What is a monarch way station? It is a big deal, I guess, for monarchs. We've also been able to, in the meadow, provide some mason bee houses and some bat houses that go along with that environment. We've been researching the history of the pony barn and collecting a lot of photographs, primarily of all of the equestrian facilities that were in the original South Reston. And we hope to use those in a website, in podcasts, in the kiosks, just to give people a little bit of history about Reston in its early days. And then, as Mary Ann mentioned, the meadow is at lower ground than steeplechase. And the county path along that road, steeplechase, had a railing, a protective railing, but it got torn down and it's just been replaced in the last 2 months. Now, on the next slide, we've got some additional tasks that we're working on, and that, as Mary Ann went through, we're going to be looking at equipment for the pavilion and kiosks, where, as I mentioned just a moment ago, we're going to be building these kiosks with some of the photographs that we've collected. One of my ideas is stand-in boards in locations in the meadow and possibly in the pony barn area. A stand-in board is a large, maybe at this high, photograph or painting of a butterfly with the hole cut out so a kid can stick his face in there and get his picture taken. So maybe we've had some preliminary email discussion with South Lakes High School Art Department, and they may be able to help us. But we can go to McDonald's and get the one that Ronald McDonald, but I don't think that's appropriate. We're also exploring street parking. We anticipate it to be a problem, street parking, especially when groups rent the facility. And when they park on both sides of Triple Crown, there's no room for two-lane traffic anymore. So we think that we need to work on outreach when people rent the park, make them aware of other places to park. And when we provide the path through this goat trail that's existing there, it'd be more conducive to people parking just a block away or a block and a half away at Hunterwood School on the weekend. There's all kinds of parking up there and walk down. So we're hoping we can accomplish that. And we're continuing to work with other organizations like the elementary school, Hunter Woods, the Audubon Society. We've had working with IPAR, who has attended some of our meetings, and Salt Lakes High School. So we continue to work on, with RA and our partner, Larry Butler. And Clark. Right. Very well. So if I could have the next.
Yeah.
So what we're here tonight for is to ask you to approve our proposal to go forward to upgrade this valuable and vibrant park area into an active, inclusive, and natural site, providing a model educational and recreational setting for all of Restonians to enjoy. And Larry's going to tell us about the process going forward that we're committed to marching forward with our partner Larry. He knows where to go.
We're all gonna get on ponies.
Yeah, riding away.
We've been known to horse around with.
So this is the only slide that I'm going to speak to, but first, it's the first time at the podium, I got to tell a story. So you know, the first part of this process a year ago was pretty contentious, and we've made great strides. And I applaud the working group and the efforts and all the people that have spent hours and hours, and in particular, Renette, Bob, and Mary Ann, who were sort of my key people when I had to link out and get information out and things like that. But the story, that's actually two stories, but very quick. Just recently, it was after our meeting last week, Claudia and I were talking, and she goes, I was so tickled that, they had this butterfly class, and I don't know, 4 or 5 people from the working group who attended. There were 4 or 5 of them. And Claudia goes, that was so cool, because I don't think that had ever come if they hadn't gone through this process. And so I think that's a really cool thing. And the other thing, so we're talking about paving this path that goes down from Bob's house across from the pavilion down to the glade, which is a great idea. Because as Mary Ann said, it's the headwaters, really, of the Glade Stream Valley Park on the western edge. And this past winter, a friend of mine, Jim Kirby, who some of you know, we parked twice at the Pony Barn to go cross-country skiing. One time we went in and had hot cider with Bob and Judy Wolf. So the key, if you're going to do that, to park there to ski, is get there before our plows get to that path. Because once it's paved, they will plow it. So those are my 2 stories. So getting back to the slide, they've spoken about the process. It's been very engaging and very interesting, and as I think you all have recognized and we have essentially adopted in one of our land use resolutions, we sort of cut new ground on how we're going to approach changes to our common areas. But tonight, the working group wants to get approval of the concept, because our next step, and we'll have to get the application done probably tomorrow or Monday to get into the design review board, is go for concept approval to the design review board in August, on I think Tuesday the 18th. We always say it 18th, 19th, whatever that Tuesday is. So first and foremost, to get your approval tonight, and then take it to the design review board. Then the future steps are for you all to approve the funding. And right now, I think you probably have seen, and if not, you'll probably hear it tonight, we've got $175,000 in each of the next 2 years in the capital budget that we've put in there to accomplish this. And that's based on early estimates, so it'll be revised. It may be down a little bit, maybe up a little bit, but we've had urban engineering, was the landscape architect, and they did a cost estimate for us. And Kevin Tankersley, who's the landscape architect who worked with us, I think has done a really great job. He will be working with us at the DRB, but he wasn't here tonight. So once we get that, and if you all approve the funding, then our hope is to get an RFP on the street for the engineering at the end of this year, so that when the funding is available, assuming you approve it, January 1st of 2016, we can get going on the project. And there's a lot of unknowns with a project like this when you go to the county. We've talked about it many times at our meetings. The whole notion of stormwater. There is no stormwater management, there's no detention and no BMPs from this site all the way to the Potomac River through the entire Glade, Snake Den, difficult run watershed. So we don't want to be the first. I mean, we don't mind doing stormwater management, but what we want to do really is use impervious surfaces where we can. And we had a visit to wetland studies 2 weeks ago, I guess, that was very telling about some of the impervious surfaces that we could use. So you don't know what the county is going to require you to do in that respect. So that's one thing also having to do with sidewalks. As many of you know, when we did Dogwood Pool, we submitted our minor site plan, we got all the way through the process, and they said, you got to put in sidewalk on Glade and Green Range around the entire road frontage of that, which added right out of the chute $50,000 to that project. So there are some unknowns, but we want to get started with the engineering as early as possible, assuming you approve the funding, so we can uncover those as soon as possible before we get into the next year, before we break ground. And if we have to phase it into two pieces, because it is two separate parcels, that's something we're going to look at too. So those are just some of the things we're talking about as we're going forward. And as Bob, Marianne, and Renette said, there's still a lot of work to be done in choosing the equipment, fixtures, and there's still some discussion about lighting, security lighting, and things like that. So there's still a lot of work to be done, but the first part is to get through this evening.
Okay.
And I'm done.
Okay. Board, do we have any questions regarding the concept plan? Starting Lucinda?
This is great. The group was wonderful to work with. Everybody collaborated. There were a lot of different opinions, and working together really made the project stronger and better through the collaboration of all the different opinions. It's great. I'm so excited. I'm trying to think of like some kind of big event, like maybe getting married again or something, so that I can hold it at the Pony Barn. It's the same guy, just second marriage or something. Just invent something so that I can have a large event there. Anyways,
It's happening.
Is he watching? He's working. Okay, so yeah, Yahoo, awesome.
Yeah, good. Julie?
I have a question. The goat trail,
Yes.
does that connect to RA trails or to Fairfax County sidewalks?
It runs from the pavilion up a hill and through some woods to the
Grandmother's house we go?
Fairfax County path that runs parallel to Steeplechase. So if you go into the parking lot and go into the pavilion at I'll call it the south end of the pavilion, there's a little hill, and because there aren't sidewalks along Triple Crown,
Right.
the kids that go to the school up Steeplechase are running through that path back and forth. And
It's safer than the road.
Yeah. But
that's about it.
My question is the connection point. So I understand that would become then a part of a Reston trail. That goat trail would become a Reston.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. So-
Okay.
So just to be clear,
Here's the parking lot,
Right.
and here's these Fairfax County trails. Now, if you're talking about the,
When you say Fairfax County Trail, you really mean their substitute for a sidewalk.
across this,
well, it's actually asphalt.
Right.
Across this intersection here on Triple Con and Steeplechase, this
I've run it. I know where it is.
asphalt path continues down here on the other side of the Triple Crown. So if you're, I don't know if you're referring to the Reston Trail, is this
Right.
Clark Trail?
So Larry, it ties into the county trail that's theirs.
Right.
Okay.
That's right.
Two places, one by the pavilion, and then one down here by the center.
And on the lighting, you mentioned timers and security, motion sensors. Were you thinking that the lights would only be on until a certain period of time?
That's right.
Right, yeah, it is not intended to be a night use facility, the neighbors have been pretty vocal about that, but what they also recognize, and for instance, like some of our other pavilions, we have this upcast security lighting, which
Yeah.
has a very dim glow, so that when somebody's driving by, they can see if
Police
somebody's
could
sitting
see.
there doing something that they shouldn't be.
Right, and that was my next question, because I know we've talked about some concerns in that area. The, you've got a $350K estimate as an estimate to do the work, right? $175 per year.
Correct. Including soft costs.
Have you also have you anticipated what it will cost you to maintain it going forward?
We have not done maintenance on that yet, because we don't know what the final outcome is of materials and.
Right. Okay. And completion date, thinking opening for Lucinda's renewal of her vows?
My guess would be probably early 2017.
Okay.
Just the design and site planning process itself is probably 6 to 9 months. And then there's construction. And the construction is not all that technical, for the county process, which I think is a lot.
And then one more question. Is this project on Friends of Reston's list?
No.
Oh, well, maybe it should be.
Sorry, I missed that.
Friends of Reston, whether it was on their list? of
On the
projects?
project list, it is not yet. Let me reclassify that
Yes.
answer.
Who are we talking?
I am one of the board members, as is Ellen, so that we've already queued them up that it's something we would like to see on their list.
Thank you very much. That's it.
Okay. Danielle?
Yes, a few questions. The beautiful, phenomenal, love it. I can hardly wait to go
Renew your
there.
vows.
Yes, I would renew my vows, definitely in a minute. The $350,000, how does that compare to our other parks that we have, our pavilions that we have installed, North Hills Pavilion, for example? Is this, I have never been involved with a restoration project like this, so 350 is a large number. So,
It is, and about $70,000 of that is soft costs to get the engineering done to satisfy any county requirements.
right,
Just
which is
a little
required,
respect.
right.
Most of the other pavilions that we have are much less substantial. So, and what's interesting about this project is that we're not doing anything with the pavilion. The original intent of the $30,000 that was in the capital budget was to put in a small commercial pavilion in place of this. But when we got involved with the neighborhood, that's right, Sean's always bugging me, get near the mic, to really look at the site, the historic aspect of it, said, leave the pavilion. So really, all the money is going for everything but the pavilion. Granted, it'll have a concrete floor, but, it's really all the other amenities at the site. But I can tell you this, that the North Hills Pavilion, when it was put in back in the mid to early 90s, that cost about $250,000. Now, Robert can probably in a second say what the inflated value of that is today. That has, brick walls and the steel roof and the cupola and all that kind of stuff.
And the playground.
And the playground, yeah, so there's a whole lot of stuff there. So, it's hard to compare because, again, we're not working on the pavilion so much as we are really enhancing the entire site.
Okay, great. I'm just wondering our ability to get this done also, including Tetra. We have a lot of other big projects that are happening in 2016. Is this something that we think we actually realistically could get done?
Well, again, we put a placeholder in for the funding to do 2 years. 16 and 17, and I feel very confident that we can get started on it in 16. In fact, this site here
You can break it into two
is
pieces.
pretty easy comparatively. And so, our intent would be to let's go ahead and get this done, and we might even be able to do that under a separate permit with the county, much less complicated, because this is really just like a deck building permit. So that's what we're investigating, but I feel very confident we can get both those done in that 2-year period.
And there are two separate project teams working on them, so.
And is there a prioritization list as far as we want X, Y, and Z? If we don't get the whole 350,
Over.
the priority.
I'll let the members of the working group address that.
We're not anticipating that. We'll
right.
deal with it when it comes. Yeah, I'm sure there will be, if there will be.
We did prioritize things, but the things that were the lower priorities were not as much the bricks and mortar. I think that there are dependencies that you have to recognize, that if you're going to make this site accessible, and that's gonna cost a lot of money. And that's why things are getting moved around. If you're gonna make the playground a place you wanna bring your kids, it's gonna require a certain amount of investment. So I think you just have to look at it from that perspective. That, unfortunately, I think the lower priority things are the things that are the softest and don't cost anything.
Okay, and my last question, comment, Julie hit on the reserves, that we would have to add to the reserves. But I grew up on Hitching Post Lane, and it was built in the 60s. Everything was Bridle Lane or Hitching Post or Dusty and whatever all the shows were at that point. Each house had a actual hitching post with a picture of a horse on it, metal horse on it. So I'm wondering, how are you going to incorporate the pony design? Are you going to be doing that besides just a board saying this is
Well,
the history?
I can address that in 2 ways. We still intend to work with On and some
IPAR?
artists on some ideas about that. And one of the things that I did in one of our meetings, I did just a little quick internet research about some different pony-themed things. And I don't know who it was, but there was this concrete pony, like a climbing pony. I don't really know how tall it was. I remember
Larry,
some of
come
you
to the
remember
mic.
seeing it, right?
Come
It
to
was
the
about-
mic, Mike.
It was about this tall, maybe, and it was like a horse laying down with its head up. And people really reacted to that. And it was a concrete horse. And I was like, well, that's pretty cool, though. So we have lots of ideas. We just don't have any hard and fast ones yet.
Right. Yeah, I was thinking IPAR. And definitely fundraising in terms of maybe sell people a brick to fund, in addition to the friends.
Right.
But those are all my comments. Thank you.
Counselor?
I just wanted to add, we did say to your question about if we don't.
Renette, why don't you come up so we can hear you to the mic? And also, Mary Ann, why don't you come back up? If you don't mind, thank you.
I think as you can see, this concept really everything works together. It's very integral and it's very integral to what we want to accomplish. So if for some reason the board's we're hoping this won't happen, can't fund everything that we would like, then we've already stated we would be prepared as residents to write proposals, reach out and do some fundraising, whatever, because we really believe this is going to be a real gem for Reston. It is, I think, going to be the only park that actually has educational elements in it.
Good.
Think about it. And to your point about the cost, we're talking about 2 parcels. Let's not forget, not 1, but 2. And 2 that have been neglected for as long as I've lived there. In fact, the only work that was done degraded it. Took 2 girls made 1, a big play area down to 2 swings. So it's not like you've spent a lot on it already. So maybe over 30 years we've earned a little extra investment. And we're willing, again, we're willing to work with you, with Friends of Reston and whoever, to try to raise additional funds if that's necessary.
Mike?
I had the pleasure of sitting in on one of the Pony Barn meetings on behalf of Ellen, and I was just very touched with how enthusiastic and focused and committed you were. I fully support the plans you're putting forward, and I just like to encourage us to use this as a model for further activities here in Reston. So thank you.
Okay. Eve?
I also am I think the participation of, especially close into the neighborhood, I feel really strongly that while, yes, we all have a voice in our greater Reston, I do think that it's really important that the people most impacted by these things be the ones who are participating in them, and so that's terrific. And really, that's it. I think it's beautiful design, and I hope we can figure out how to make the numbers work.
Good. Thank you, Eve. Ken?
Having been involved in the early aspects of this process, I do remember the tumultuous times, and it's so wonderful to see a happy ending. And I think it demonstrates, as Kate and I and all of us have said many, many times, and it was said tonight as well, it's a template as to how we'll look at other amenities within Reston and involving the community. And I think a good place to start next will be the Tetra complex. We're following what we've discovered here, working with the community, will now be applied to the Tetra property and go through exactly the same process. So if anybody questions our abilities at Tetra, I'm hoping that we can count on you as good references to say, hang in there, do it well, participate, and you get it there.
Ray?
Thank you. A very impressive presentation. I'm pretty much on board with everybody that this looks like a great project, would be within the design structure of Reston, something that would benefit the community greatly. On a lot of these projects, whether it's the golf course or Tetra, Tall Oaks I'm going through in my own mind now, I gain a lot of benefit by just going to the sites and letting my imagination run. I haven't spent much time at this place. I would like for some of you to guide me through at some point. Maybe some other members would like to do the same thing. So I can just absorb a little better what we're talking about here, what we're projecting. So I'd like to talk to some of you about that if possible. Okay, thank you, Bob. I appreciate it. No, we can arrange. I'm serious about that.
I do.
As for the money, this is a pretty big budget. I'm not saying it's not necessary. However, I'm also on the board of Rescue Reston. I consider saving the golf course the most immediate issue we have in this town. I still don't think people understand the gravity of it. We are going to need a lot of contributions from residents and possibly RA. That's just one example of competing resources. I'd like to say we can do both, everything we want to do and all of that, but in terms of the money, I want to know how it all fits in to other land use in particular priorities that we have in this town, and the timing of it also. This Pony Barn project may have 6 months, 12 months to wait. Rescue Reston and the golf course does not have 6 months to wait. We need to be on that. And if it comes down to we're putting money here and that takes away from there, I'm going to have a little issue with that. I don't think that should be the case and will be the case, but I'm just mentioning and putting it out there right now so that people understand where I'm coming from and my priorities and where I think we need to be. Other than that, great presentation. Looks like a great project. I'd love to go through it with you.
Thank you, Ray. On behalf of the Board of Directors, I certainly would like to thank this committee for the outstanding work that you have accomplished in such a short period of time. And I remember the first meeting, it was not a good feeling, but this has turned out to be really outstanding. So thank you very, very, very much. We really, really appreciate it. And based on that, I'd like to make a board motion. Yes.
I just had one more question, including IPAR and including the, you mentioned South Lakes Art. I'm always rooting for Herndon High School because North Reston goes into Herndon, let's not forget them, but also the elementary school that's right down the street from you is a magnet center, I believe, for the arts. So let's. Okay.
Actually, they were at one of our meetings.
Wonderful.
Talked about how we could work together.
Wonderful, and possible STEM projects, et cetera. That's it, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the motion, move to approve the concept plans proposed by the Pony Barn Working Group for the Pony Barn Pavilion and Butterfly Meadow and forward to the Design Review Board for consideration. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, is there any further discussion? If not, I'm going to call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion passed. Thank you very much. Okay, we're down to item G. Looks like everyone's leaving us.
Okay.
Can we just take a health break after this? Okay, yeah, fine, after this, okay? This evening, we have with us representatives from the Initiative for Public Art Reston, also known as IPAR, which is a group of civic leaders who represent Reston's key community organizations who seek to inspire a new commitment to public art that builds on Reston's tradition of supporting community arts and culture. I'd like to welcome IPAR's president, Joe Ritchie.
Thank you.
And the executive director, Ann Delaney, to provide us with a report on the initiatives they currently have underway. The floor is yours.
Well, let me start out by saying not only to the board but to the members of the audience that I think attending a board meeting reminds you of how fundamentally important this organization is and what a wonderful community Reston is. Thinking about the tennis guys that were up here today and how well they did, the Little League, the discussion of the Pony Barn working group, which, you know, we were involved with early on as well. And I think it's a real testament to, this is self-serving, but IPAR, that, you know, the public art discussion for that side is still alive and well. So we're delighted to be here this evening. We thank you for being a valued and founding partner of IPAR. So I can't really read what we've got over here.
Yeah. It's also back of you.
Even though I've got glasses on, so I'm just going to kind of wing it. I think you're all familiar with IPAR and the history of IPAR. I guess the most important part of IPAR is that it is an organization that was founded with all the key community organizations that were at the, let's call it the fourth level of government, and art organizations, those being the League of Reston Artists and the Greater Reston Arts Center, and also involving not only RA, but the Reston Community Center, the Reston Town Center Association, the Reston Chamber of Commerce, who else? The Arts Council of Fairfax County. And you know, our initial objective was to create and become the first non-incorporated jurisdiction in the United States to have a public art master plan. And we were successful in doing that in 2008. And this board, along with the other 6 boards on all the founding organizations that I just mentioned, all approved the public art master plan for Reston unanimously. And that will never, in my opinion, happen again in the history of Reston. And so we've been very blessed for that. And if you want to go to the next slide.
Sure. Oh, no, let's move forward, I'll go back.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, you know about the history of public art in Reston, and starting with Lake Anne with Mr. Roussant, and what was the other gentleman's name?
Fonseca.
Francesca. Francesca was the public artist that Bob Simon hired. Mr. Roussant was the architect, and built right into Lake Anne, where wonderful pieces of public art, very participatory, where my son still plays today in most of those sculptures when we go to the farmers market on Saturdays. Let's keep going. Yes. Well, certainly Reston Town Center, you're familiar with that. And you know, let me make a comment when we're talking about Reston Town Center about the economic power of creating great public spaces. Today in the Washington metropolitan area, the vacancy rate for office space is somewhere between 18 and low 20s. And it's even higher than that in some major areas where there's millions of square feet of space and substantial amounts of space vacant. Well, I'm very pleased to report that in Reston Town Center, which is recognized across the United States and around the world for having outstanding public spaces, that we have effectively a 0% vacancy rate in our office space, and we are achieving the highest office rental rates in Fairfax County right now. And I will tell you that the last number of deals we've done have all been in the mid-50s, and the future looks even brighter. And that has a tremendously positive impact on Reston. For example, the Reston Community Center, the taxes that the small tax district throws off, which are property taxes, as you know, and Reston Town Center is throwing a lot of money back into the community through those property taxes. So the power of public art is not just to engage the mind and senses and to create interest in our public spaces, but it has a very powerful economic return, and that's why IPAR is important and your support is so important. Next slide, please.
Yep.
Want to take over here?
Yes, I would like to thank you again for allowing us to meet with you this evening. And our objective was really we realized that many board members are new members here serving this year, and it is an opportunity for us to thank you for your commitment to IPAR, both for serving on the IPAR board, but also for being supporters and also partners in so many projects. And as Joe mentioned, the idea of community engagement and support is tremendously important to our organization. And we value that not only from the board, from this board, but also for the staff at all levels at RA, how we have a wonderful working relationship, whether it's through the communications, department, or with Larry, of course, Claudia, and from Jace Schmitz also. It's tremendous, all the areas. Kate and Ken, yes, absolutely, on our board. And of course, the first project that was one of the projects that was identified in the Public Art Master Plan for Reston was to realize, of course, a project at the Glade Drive underpass that also involved students from Hunters Woods Elementary School. So this was a very successful project, and I think it's still beautiful and engaging. And so of course, we had to show it. And another collaboration that was important in 2010-11 was a committee that was put together by the Reston Association to create a public art work plan for the Reston Association. And it was co-sponsored by RA and IPAR. And I must say that there are already projects that have been realized, such as the Dogwood Pool water feature, Larry, of course, and the RA team, and other sites or that are projects that were identified were related also to the Pony Barn site. So, I think that we are checking some of the important items that are in this work plan in working with RA. Showing again the water feature, I think that involving an artist in improving the site proved to be very successful, and again the connection with working with the Dogwood Elementary School was also a very engaging and community involvement project. Of course, talking about other projects and areas, at Lake Anne, we worked with the Friends of Lake Anne, Reston Community Center, and created a temporary project. These are also very valuable, because when we talk about public art, not only do we talk about permanent public art projects that are integrated into the site, or to improve sites, but also create events and temporary projects that allow us to look at the site through a different point of views presented by artists and engaging the community. Of course, a very successful project, and we have to thank a resident of Reston, and you have heard about it and seen it, are the two projects that have been presented on the spillway at Lake Toro. And again, tremendous support from the Reston Association and working with the RA Design and Review Board. And again, the school, involving the school, I think this has become now a STEAM really project, and it will continue. And we are looking at ways to continue to support it as well.
But how about that by high school students?
I love it.
Yeah,
It's
it's fabulous.
They did such a great job.
Yeah.
More coming, right?
Yeah.
More here.
Yep. These are projects, that, again, this is in Reston Town Center, and, to improve a blank wall. That was a blank canvas that was meant to have a work of art, and now it has one. Project, this is another project that was identified in the Public Art Master Plan as an area where we needed to commission art. And this has been extremely interesting during the Northern Virginia Fine Arts Festival, when the Reston Community Center commissioned 4 dance companies to create site-specific performances, and it drew people, sitting on the ground, on the benches, to attend performances inspired by this artwork, as well as the Patrick Doherty project. So they are, public art is not only there to, challenge people or inspire them, but it's also, it creates opportunities to create other events, artistic events, and opportunities. And I must say, we wanted to thank, but they're not here. Again, there were so many sponsors. This is a project presented by the Greater Reston Art Center and IPAR, but it's also, again, reflecting on the commitment and support of the community, and how, we have a long list of sponsors, and we have to be grateful to Reston Association for being there with tremendous in-kind support, extremely valuable, and I have to say, pour my heart out to say how tremendous and enjoyable the relationship is.
What was the name of the staff person for RA that did all the saplings and the trucks and all that?
Oh, it was a coordination of, from Claudia to also Jay to, I think.
This one been a few weeks.
You had hundreds of
McNamara?
people.
Yes.
RA
yes,
had
yeah.
hundreds of people
and
involved
also,
in this project.
And
At
Kate,
Kate
of course.
been a few twigs.
Kate,
Spinning twigs.
Has been, been all tremendous, and it shows in the success of the work. So thank you very much.
We've had tens of thousands of people go through that project, as you can see by the wear and tear, in front of it.
Right, yeah.
And we have beautiful signage now to give proper, credit to all the supporters, as well as one that provides some information about the project. And, I know this is my photo on, opening day, and I know it didn't have a focus, but I think that you'll have a chance to walk by this new work now, and how the artists, thanks for Larry Butler to always being supportive, and also to the students and Mr. Marco Rendo to meet the challenge to create works that, can really present different aspects of what public art can be on this on the spillway. And the upcoming project, and we really hope that through the Reston Association also, you're all invited to share, your photo, to show the real face or the multiple faces of Reston through this community engagement project, where, again, we presented to the Reston Association Design and Review Board to get their approval to plaster photos of people who live or work in Reston on the wall at the Lake Anne Village Center, in addition to other photos being shown in the Joanne Rose Gallery at the Reston Community Center, Lake Anne. But also it's expanding, where we'll have other sites, such as the Wheelie Reston East Metro Station, where there will be work there. So the idea of the program is really to reach out to the community in multiple ways, because this is what public art is about, and also to, of course, pursue projects with Reston Association and other community organizations to ensure that public art and artists are involved in the early stages of any project, so that, we can have fully integrated public art projects. And one of them, of course, is that the upcoming, hopefully very soon, a new public art projects at the new Reston District Police Station and Government Center. Talking also about another aspect of IPAR's work is to work with developers and work closely to encourage them or show them examples of opportunities for public art. And that's what we did with the Boston Properties for the Avant building, and also with other temporary projects, such as at the Comstock site, where there are opportunities to create temporary projects while there are development and construction. So there are many opportunities, whether using fences or creating, temporary structures that can be moved as the projects develop. On your right, what you have is called dancing reeds. In case you have been wondering as you walk and take the metro at the Wheelie Reston East metro station. And one important project, and this is what Sabrina will distribute, there are two documents. One is a checklist for developers to help them in the process of commissioning public art, if this is what they opt to do as a voluntary proffer, as well as a small guide that is really key elements of the public art master plan as they relate to what developers might consider to do or what approach they may wish to take. And I would like to thank the Reston Association, who has agreed to host, of course the host will be Supervisor Hutchins, but to host here at the Reston Association a breakfast meeting for developers to introduce these documents, but also to talk about design and other issues at the county level, and also to really show the value of public art and all the opportunities that may exist for developers. That will take place in October. And then just a brief, and I'll go quickly because I don't want to take too much more of your time, but in terms of programming, to reach out to the community, we have a speaker series as well as a documentary film series. And we have shown them as part of the Reston Community Center Tuesday night at the movie. And we have shown, documentary films about Christos and, the gates in Central Park. And you have Trash Dance, which was an amazing video about this performance artist who works with, in this case, worked with
Trash trucks.
Trash trucks, yes, and their employees to create choreographies and create an event where the community showed up to attend this amazing project. And of course, one that was very popular was about the High Line in New York and how, it's not really the case in Reston in that sense where you think of the High Line in New York, but there are wonderful opportunities to, energize areas through public art, pocket gardens, landscaping, and involving artists to guide that process. And well, this is just to give you a brief background as to another successful relationship with the Reston Museum, where we created an exhibit about Reston's history of public art. And you might be surprised to know that there are at least 30 outdoor sculptures or public art projects, past and current, that have been commissioned throughout Reston or purchased. And so we decided to do an exhibit, and as we were doing that, we created an inventory of Reston's public art, which is now well documented on the IPAR website. But to take it a step further, we are creating or submitting this whole inventory to a national public art archive, so that not only will Reston, but hopefully visitors and people interested in public art will refer to it, because it also indicates the exact location of the artworks through Google Maps. So that will be another tool, and it's not an app, but it's pretty much like an app because you can use it on your iPad, iPhone, as well as, of course, on computers. But this exhibit, yes, had a life. First we presented it at the Reston Museum. Then it was presented at the University of Maryland, at the School of Architecture, the Kibel Gallery. And then we had the opportunity to show it at the Dulles International Airport for almost a year in the luggage area. And in addition to that, we were able to show all the TV screens that are above the luggage belt, featured a 3-minute video about Reston's public art, because we did a video about Reston's public art through Peabody and Rebecca Winger-Jaby, who is also, we're very privileged to have her as a board member, and she has realized already 3 videos about Reston's public art of specific projects, including Reston's public art at large, one about the Glade Drive underpass, as well as one on the process of making the Patrick Doherty project.
Just a quick note, we had hundreds of people comment to us, oh, we saw you at Dulles Airport, we saw you coming in from, another country, picking up our luggage. And it really, not only, this was not IPAR, this was Reston that they were noting for the quality of its public art.
And many people saying, oh, I love this work of art, but I didn't know anything about it. So I think it's very important, not only do we have this artwork all around, but by documenting it and identifying it properly, then we can, ensure that people realize how valuable, not only is the community in terms of environment, trees, but also in terms of art and how it contributes to the quality of life here in Reston. And out of this, and again, a collaboration with RA, was that when you updated your RA map, you added a new icon to show public art in many areas. So on the RA map, there was this beautiful icon, and fortunately, we have information also about key public artworks in Reston on the RA map. We have done tours, and we plan to do more educational, walking tours that will lead me, of course, to your, RA board-led bike tour d'art that took place, started last year. And, it was a privilege to collaborate with the Pedestrian and Bicycling Advisory Committee on that. And just to show you, to brag, well, okay, I'll have to skip, but our chalk festivals also are wonderful opportunities to engage the community, both at Lake Anne, Chalk on the Water, and also at in Reston Town Center, Chalk Fest at Reston Town Center, coming up again. Well, we had this very successful Chalk on the Water at Lake Anne last June, again as the 2nd edition, and we're looking forward to the next one in Town Center. And just to brag about, it was amazing to see 20 to 30 people showing up on this first bike tour, and appreciating. Yeah. And the latest news is that working with the RA Pedestrian Advisory Committee, we applied for a grant to the Virginia Commission for the Arts, and we were successful in receiving a grant of $3,750 that will contribute to developing a call to artists for artist design bike racks. So we're continuing to work with that committee. So as you can see, there are so many, ways that we collaborate with Reston Association and our other partner organizations. And we want to thank you for, your continued support, and look forward to continue to, working on future projects, and that's coming up.
Yeah. Well, go on, John.
Real quick, as fortunate as you are to have the great staff and leadership on your staff that, Kate and Larry and so many others, Ann Delaney is a gift to Reston in the way she brings the public art initiative forward. And we're all very lucky to have her, not just IPAR, but the entire community is lucky to have Ann Delaney. So thank you so much.
I was going to say that, Joe, but you said it nicer than I would. But thank you so much for all that you do for our community.
Congratulations on your upcoming awards.
Yes.
Oh, absolutely. Do we have any questions of IPAR?
That's for people to put up on their dartboards.
Yeah. Do we have any questions of IPAR?
I have one, and it's probably my lack of knowledge because I don't have any kids. So, does Reston Association and IPAR collaborate in summer camps? Is there an?
Well, it would be nice to collaborate. I must say that, as we are a small organization, I'm the only full-time paid employee, and we work with several committees. We have, tremendous, board and volunteers who serve on committees from, communications, fundraising, advocacy to reach out to developers, to communication, I said communications already, public art committee that helps to review projects. We are looking at expanding, with educational programs more about the collection, But this is certainly something that we would consider, provided that we can identify the resources to do it. I think it would be of great value. But, we already have tremendous, community organizations, whether it's the Greater Reston Art Center with their summer camps and they have a public art component. And I must say we worked with them on their portfolio on public art, their educational portfolio that goes to all the schools. And of course, Reston Community Center has programs, RA, but we haven't explored that yet. Why not?
And if I may add, if you think about the potential for collaboration with the kids and for creating, whether it's temporary or permanent public artworks that those kids can do, experience.
Right.
I think there are great possibilities there, and thank you for bringing that up. The other thing I would point out is that I think for an organization that has the size of the budget we have, that we have a tremendous reach, and it's thanks to the many, many volunteers and members of your organizations that work with us. So thank you again for that.
And you're right, when you said Tetra, Julie, Ann has got her application in to be on our working group. So
There you
it's
go.
very important, yeah.
Okay.
Can I bring
Anything else,
something
Julie?
up real quickly here?
Anything else, Julie?
I want to thank you for this presentation and all you guys do. It's really good. Your point on collaboration hits home with me. I want to go exponentially with that with you at some point here. And you bring to light the economic power of art and the economic power of aesthetics, and especially in this town of all other towns. We're not Burke, we're not Springfield. So to tell somebody in the county that doesn't know Reston that we want to do something a certain way, it somehow can get lost. You bring that back in as to how valuable art, aesthetics, beauty of the surrounding, proper use of open spaces makes the surrounding buildings, offices, residences much more valuable than they would have been otherwise. It makes living here much more valuable than anywhere else around. I think that is a concept that gets lost all the time. And I want you to continue there. Just keep pushing us on that, please. I really think we all need it.
You have our absolute commitment. IPAR is a collaboration. You saw who our founding organizations are. They're all represented on, except for the Arts Council of Fairfax County, which I just came off as chair, I might add. So I was president, it was president in that sense. But all the other key community organizations are in every executive committee meeting, are in every board meeting. Everything we do, we collaborate with one or more other organizations, everything. And with regard to the county, this document is being used by Fairfax County as their prototype. And IPAR is the prototype public art organization for the county. Much like Bob pioneered planned communities and certainly has produced an excellent result. And Mobile continued that with Reston Town Center, now Boston Properties. IPAR, we hope, will continue this. And I will add, with Supervisor Hudgens' strong commitment, we'll continue moving this forward.
I hope you do too, and we have a lot of land use issues coming up, and I mean a lot. And they're gonna shape this town, the way we look, the way we act, the way we feel, the way we work, the way we play, for the next 10, 20, 50 years. What we decide to do and how we decide to do it now is crucial. I welcome your partnership on this, because I think we're pretty much in the same lane on it.
I think Ann, the entire board of IPAR looks forward to working closely with RA as we go forward, and as we have in the past.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
Ray, anything else?
Joe.
No, Ray.
Oh, Ray.
No, Ray, anything else? I know you're Joe.
Call me Ray, my brother.
Anything else, Ray? I don't want to cut him off. Anything else?
No, I'm fine.
Okay, good. Danielle and then Ken.
Okay, really quickly, I was a Grace Art teacher, and kids love it, absolutely love it. So I would love to see some type of permanent installation at the elementary schools, and I know we could get volunteers to help out with that. I know there's only one of you. Any plans on taking that Dulles Airport exit exhibition to maybe national to generate some more business?
Well, when I first approached the community engagement director there, she thought I was submitting the proposal for national, except that national only has like vitrines, you know, you
right.
have to have small exhibits. You know, maybe in 10, 20 years when we'll have a collection of small models of all of Reston's public art, they could fit into these vitrines. But this standalone exhibit was really too large. So that's why, in a way, in my mind, I had Dulles, but at first she had in mind national. But because they don't have the space for it, that's why it was
Understood.
presented at Dulles, which turned out to be, you know, I think a very good thing for
Even
for
better
us.
for us, I
Yeah,
think,
yeah,
because of the proximity.
yeah. I must say maybe one more thing, and again, thank you to RA because we're going to host the meeting here. We there's at the national level an organization through Americans for the Arts that is the Public Art Network, and it's a network of public art professionals who meet once a year. But they are encouraging the development of regional networks, and we will be bringing here public art administrators from about 20 to 30 individuals from Richmond, Norfolk, Baltimore, DC, Arlington, Alexandria, to come and share their experiences and best practices. So that also our objective is always to meet the best practices possible in the public art field. So,
Thank you.
any questions?
Yeah, just one last comment. I've had the great pleasure of being the board representative for the last 5 years with IPAR, and I'm also on the Friends of Reston board for a long time, and I think I've sat on practically every Reston Association committee over my 6 years here. I have to say the IPAR representation has been, beyond my fellow members here, it has been the most fun, the most enjoyable, and probably where I learned a lot. It's been a great experience. And for Ray and any new member and anybody listening in, if you want to understand, IPAR has been advocating public art for Reston with the developers for a very long time. Read this document. There a lot of time and effort went into this with their advocacy committee. IPAR is out there on our behalf every day talking to developers about upcoming projects.
Keep on going.
So that's already underway. And I think all we can do is keep charging both to continue to do this. But Joe and team are typically in those conversations with developers well before the developers have even a gleam in their eye about an opportunity that they want to go with.
We're meeting with a new board member, Rich Ellis, who's with Boston Properties today, talking about how we can engage the development community even better. So.
And I must say again, we owe it also to tremendous support and relationship with the Office of Supervisor Hutchins also, who is very supportive and leads developers
This is
to us.
right up her alley as well. That's all I have to say.
I want to
Yeah,
cement
any other
pony.
directors?
Oh, no. Julie had a great idea.
I want a cement pony.
You-
Cement pony. I
Concrete-
thought that's.
concrete pony.
Concrete pony, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you
Okay,
very
well,
much.
thank you very much for your time, and I know we're a little running behind schedule. Thank you for your patience. Why don't we take a, let me turn our mics off and take a break. And we'll be back in 5 minutes. Okay.
Okay, we never turned it off.
Are we on?
Bob is staying, I love it.
Second 14.
I think we're down to
Budget.
item H. Thank you, Counselor. The next several items on our agenda are interrelated and focus on the development of the 2016 and 2017 budgets. How many directors have been through the RA budget development process? Please raise your hand if you've been through it. So quite a few of us have not been through, right? So with only 4 of us having done this before, it's so vital that we be educated on what is expected of us. While there's no action required of the board this evening, it's important that we give our full attention to the staff and fiscal committee chair, Sean Ensley, as they take the time this evening to provide us with valuable information on the components that comprise the budget, recreation program trends and historical data, recommendations on the 2016 and 2017 capital reserve funding amounts, a capital project planning process for the 2016 and 2017, initial 2016 and 2017 strategic themes and budget priorities, and finally, the presentation of the first draft of the 2016-2017 biennial budgets. Kate? For the next hour or so, I would like to turn the floor over to you and your team to begin our budget education and discussion.
Thank you, Ellen. I did envision this starting about 2 hours ago, so I do apologize for the late start, but I think you will agree that the beginning meeting was pretty fantastic. We had a lot of great information that was presented and good member comments and some neat surprises that we didn't have on the agenda with the Reston Youth Baseball as well as the youth tennis and our state champs, so that was really cool. What I wanted to do this evening, just as Ellen described with the RA board, is my senior leadership team has got about 2 people in this room who've actually been through a Reston Association budget development process. And Larry's not even in the room with me right now. Oh my gosh, he's probably taking a break. But I have a whole brand new team. And I realized when I was talking with Ellen and Mike that the board of directors also has not really been through a budget development process, save 4 people. So I've got 5 brand new people on the board and the equivalent on staff who haven't been through budget development. So a lot of time over the past month has been spent on putting together the materials for you tonight. And we need to do a big, broad overview. And one of the key places to start is where it all begins and what all of the different pieces that matter. So bear with me tonight. I can tell you that none of this is in your Dropbox yet. We were literally making changes to it as late as 4:30 in the afternoon today, including the numbers that you're going to see later, because we wanted to get it right. I commend my new staff for doing a fantastic job over the past 12 months in putting numbers together and continuously working. I want to give huge kudos before we start tonight to Robert Wood, who is only about 90 days old in this job and who's had to learn the entire organization, all facets of it, and help me put a budget together with the help of his senior leadership team. That's pretty amazing. When you've got an organization that overall is worth just a little under $50 million, and the budget that you're going to see later this evening is about $24 million, including capital. Okay? So, with that entry, I'm going to walk you through some of the most important things that you need to consider when you're looking at this budget, because this is important. It does cover a 2-year period. Board responsibilities are probably the most important, because as a member of the board of the directors, you have certain rights and responsibilities, or certain responsibilities. The determining the long-range mission and goal for the organization, establishing RA policies and procedures. You did the long-range goals just earlier this year with the strategic plan. You do policies and procedures continuously. Almost every month, you're setting new policies for the organization. Hiring a chief executive officer to oversee the operation of the association. Monitoring finances, approving budgets, and setting the annual assessment. Approving association programs through the budget process. All of these things, in my mind, are interwoven together in order to put together the biennial budget. So those are your responsibilities as a board of directors, stated. Anytime, at any point in time, Ken Chadwick's going to interrupt me when I'm wrong. But these are their duties, correct, sir? I'm on a roll, okay. Next are the purposes of the association, very important in line with your responsibilities as board directors. The first, and these all come out of the Reston deed, by the way, so it's very important. I'm highlighting the important pieces. Administer, enforce protective covenants and restrictions, conserve, protect the value of all property subject to the Reston deed. Next, acquire, own, lease property to improve, administer, and maintain such property in neat and good order. We've had recent experience with that, haven't we? Okay. Assess, collect, and disperse the assessments and charges. Promote the peace, health, comfort, safety, and general welfare of the members. Do any and all lawful things and acts for the benefit of the property and the owners and inhabitants thereof. Exercise powers conferred by law. These are all important things to consider when you're putting the budget together. Our staff, my staff was thinking about these things, and it's important as you look at the budget to keep these things in mind. Your responsibilities, purposes of the association. Purposes of the association are in the deed, which now leads us to why a biennial budget. It is mandated by deed section 513B, preparation and approval of biennial budget. This is in your deed. You've got that available online to you in Dropbox. So there's a long laundry list of to-dos when it comes to the biennial budget, but it says in the deed that the board shall adopt a budget on a biennial basis, 2 years, to pay the costs of management and upkeep of the common area, upkeep of the lots, cost of other expenses, found by the board to be in the best interest of the association, and services provided. 2, to include such reasonable amounts necessary to provide a general operating fund. We're going to talk a little bit more about funds later. Necessary to provide a general operating fund, reserves for capital repairs and replacements, and reserves for contingencies. So that's why a biennial budget listed in the deed. How is the assessment determined? Again, we're going to go back to the deed. Section 5.5B talks about assessment rates. Annually, the board of directors shall fix the amount of the annual assessment. So that's something that you do on an annual basis. With the biennial budget, you're going to look at a budget plan over a 2-year period, but you're only going to set an assessment rate for 1 year. So we're really going to focus a lot over the next couple of months. You're going to have 2 budgets, the 16 and the 17 budget, but your focus, really focus on the 16 budget. Deed section 5.7 on the basis for assessments is that the basis for assessment shall be an equal amount for each apartment unit or lot. An equal amount. So what is our current year assessment? Is $642. But after filing proof of qualification with the association, residents can qualify for a real estate tax reduction. If their units are subsidized by federal or state government, or elderly congregate care for assisted living facilities. So this says, after filing proof of qualification with the association, owners of lots may be granted by the board of directors a reduction in assessment. So that is your choice as to whether you want to grant a reduction in assessment. Danielle knows very well that we went through a process last year, finished it this year, in talking about
reduction rate amounts. We have a policy that talks about the assessment rates and amounts that you're going to see again later in the next couple of months, where you're going to set the annual assessment for 2016, and it's going to talk about the different rates that we're going to charge. So you might start with a set amount. Let's stay with 642 for conversation's sake. But one thing the board of directors decided to do, that anybody who qualifies for subsidy for federal or state or elder congregate care or the real estate tax reduction, we're going to do that at 50%, so half of the rate. So that's a policy that the board decided to do. You don't have to give a reduction to anyone if you don't want to. So I just wanted to let you know about that. Yes, Julie?
Is it a typo on after filing proof of qualification for the association owners of lots, or did you mean owners of lots?
Probably or. Good catch. Thank you. I appreciate that. We'll make sure or. It should be or.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Sabrina's taking a note. Fix slide number 6. Make up to or. Thank you, Julie. Appreciate that. Now, we have a percent cap as well. So let me go back once. So we talked about one assessment rate per lot. There are qualifications that the board can employ to have reduced amounts, okay? But, and that's if the board wants to do that. With a percent cap in deed section 5.8 for the maximum assessment, we have 2 qualifications here. The first is that in any one year, the sum of the annual assessment and any special assessment shall not exceed the lesser of a percent cap or a maximum dollar amount. I'm going to talk about the maximum dollar amount first. Well, I'm sorry, let me talk about the percent cap first. 1/2 of 1% of the assessed valuation of such lot and improvements as determined by Fairfax County. So on an annual basis, about this time of year, we get a download from Fairfax County that tells us how much each residential unit is worth. And we calculate based on 1/2 of 1% of the assessed value, because that's a max cap, how much we're going to assess properties under a certain value. This year's value is $135,000. So any property who's under that amount is going to pay less than the rate that we've set of 642. They're going to pay a prorated amount, okay? And if anybody who's above 135 is going to pay the full amount of 642. The second half of that is the maximum dollar amount. So in 2006, when we did the governing documents, we said that the maximum dollar amount, $461 per lot, automatically adjusted at the beginning of each fiscal year by the greater of 4.5% or the percent change in the employment cost index. So in 2006, we started as a base of 461 and increased annually. We talked a little bit about this at the last meeting when I showed you this. So in the past, what we've had is we've got an assessment cap, and you can see from 2006 where that started in the light pink line, and it goes up. And what we're proposing, what we know will be the cap for 2016 is $718. The darker red line shows what the assessment rate has been over the course of those years. Very important for you to note that we have never hit the cap. We can't go above it. We're mandated by the deed not to, but we've never hit the cap. Right now, we're at 642. Our cap for this year was 687. Okay. Now, in addition to the deed, you have several different policy resolutions that you've adopted. The first one is Assessment and Finance Resolution 1. It mandates to me and my team how we're supposed to put the budget together. There are several required steps in that policy. The first is for me, the Fiscal Committee Board, to consider the level and sufficiency of the ARF, is what you see it stated there. And it's really the Repair, Replacement, and Reserve Fund. I'm not going to talk very much about that because Sean Ensley is going to spend some time with you on that this evening. But you received a 5-year report in February from Criterium Engineers as our reserve study. So we got a starting point that was given to us in February of this year. The next step is that I develop a budget calendar. I've done that with you back on the same date in February, and it included several different checkpoints, this evening being one of them. We have a member suggestion form that's supposed to be developed. We made sure that happened from September 2014 through April 2015. We made sure a member suggestion form for budget items was available to members to make suggestions. As you know, we had over 200 suggestions made to us, including some staff comments as well. Step 4, I'm to conduct a work session with the board to discuss the suggestions and talk about the budget process. We did that on the 29th of June and came up with budget priorities, things that you were interested in. Something that I requested of you that we've never done before, and that is to include the fiscal committee in reviewing the budget. It's not in the policy resolution. I highlighted that in yellow because to me it's important to use that body as a check and balance system. Did Robert and I hit the mark? What's missing? And I can tell you on the 20th of July, we got some great feedback. And the days after, they gave us great feedback on the budget that we put before them. We put several different options before them, and they helped us hone it. Step 5, I'm to present the first draft of the budget and get comments from you. I'm presenting that tonight. It's not realistic for me to think that you're going to be ready to give me all those comments. That's why we put a work session in place. We've identified August 24th as the work session. So you've got plenty of time to give us, to think about what we presented to you this evening and give us feedback. Develop multiple draft budgets for review. We're going to be doing that between August through October. Again, I'm going to be going back to the fiscal committee every time we do a new iteration to get their temperature check to make sure we hit the mark correctly. Step 6, I'm going to present a final budget around about the October timeframe. In October and November, we're going to do public hearings on that budget and get the public's input. Step 7, we might have some more work sessions. That's up to you. And step 8, scheduled on November 19th, we are to approve the budget. Those steps, with the exception of the yellow highlighted items, are all outlined in Finance Resolution 1. That's another guide that we're using when we put the budget together. Next, Finance Resolution 3. I'm just going to briefly touch on this because Sean's going to go through it more fully. The Repair and Replacement Reserve Fund. We have a policy that dictates to us what we need to be doing to save for ourselves. We are required, not only by this policy, but by the Commonwealth of Virginia. Every community association or condominium association is required to do a reserve study every 5 years. The other requirement from the Commonwealth level is that you're supposed to review that study annually as well. 5 years massive study, 1 year, checkpoint study. So that is something that is dictated in this resolution, something Reston Association does. That study was presented to you in February. Y'all, I got Southern on it, didn't I? Yeah. Sorry about that. Get back. Y'all, get back in. The policy says that starting in 2014, the Repair, Replacement, and Reserve Fund will be funded by 1/10 of the forecasted 10-year expenditures based on the latest forecast prepared by staff. So that's a requirement. I'm going to pause. I'm not going to say anything more about that because I've got the subject matter expert, Sean Ensley, coming to talk more. This is a policy that I have to follow, and it's something that I have to take into consideration when I'm building the budget with staff.
It's an RA policy.
It's an RA policy. The reserve study is not just RA policy, it is a state requirement. Resolution 9 also dictates a capital asset acquisition reserve fund. This is for new stuff. New stuff the association wants to do. New stuff meaning big stuff. It's for new capital assets. So if you come up with something that you'd like to put in an ice skating ring, that's going to be a new capital asset because we don't have one. I'm not going to count the lakes as one. You don't want to do that. But let's say you wanted to do something new and different. It would fall under as a new capital asset, and it is segregated funding from the association's operating fund and from that ARP fund that we talked about earlier. The board can allocate dollars from the assessment, non-assessment revenues like programming revenues. It can, or other cash it could do. It could do a loan, whatever you would want to do to fund that CARF, is what we also internally like to call it, Capital Asset Acquisition Reserve Fund. Now, I talked a lot about different funds, different monies coming in, and it is now time for you to hear from my CFO, who's going to do a heck of a better job at explaining all of the different funds than I will, and he's going to take you through what it looks like to build the assessment if you were building a type of budget. Because it's important for you to understand how we get to the assessment rate amount and how we build the budget. So I'm going to turn the floor over to Robert. Sir.
Hi, everybody.
Aye.
So I'm going to talk about two main things here tonight. It's building the $100,000 budget as well as the budget process, which has really been my life for the last 2 months. So, but before we go through that, I'll draw everybody's attention to the screen again. Let's take a look at the flow chart of revenues, funds, and expenses at a really high level. So, one over there, we've got income or revenue. Our main source of income, as everybody knows, is our assessment revenues. And as Kate explained earlier, that's derived from the deed. The other source of revenue is our non-assessment revenues. So what's in our non-assessment revenues? That's basically our tennis passes, our aquatics revenue, our camps revenue, covenants revenue, as well as some finance charges and late fees and collection fees. So that's our non-assessment revenue. So together, we get our annual revenues. So that's our overall annual revenues. That's how we derive from those two main sources. So what do you do with the annual revenues? Well, a large portion of that goes to our operating fund. And that basically is the fund that really is the running of Reston Association. And then the other part is really capital. But that's split into the repair and replacement reserve fund, which we only use to repair and replace of existing capital assets. So even, for example, let's say we've had a vehicle for 10 years. We may need to replace it. It might be a new vehicle, but it's a replacement of that asset. So that would come out of that fund. The other fund is the Capital Asset Acquisition Reserve Fund, and that is purely used for new assets. So that's, on a very high level, how we look at our revenues, and on a high level, how those revenues then flow out. Okay, so the budget process. So I've been focusing on this pretty much for the last 2 months. I've learned a lot in the last 2 months. Digging up prior year. Sorry, what was that?
You bring that up a lot.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot that I've learned.
Baptism by...
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so there's 5 main areas in the budget process, and we're going to go through them real quick. So the first one is determine the minimum transfer amount to the Repair and Replacement Reserve Fund. That's Finance Assessment Resolution 3. Okay. As Kate mentioned, Sean's going to be chatting more about that. But basically, that's 1/10 of the future 10 years expenditures, or looking at it a different way, it's your 10% average over the next 10 years. The second portion there is calculating the operating expenses. So in calculating operating expenses, we've got about 28 departments or cost centers at Reston Association, and that's really a back and forth between a lot of the senior leadership and their respective teams, going in and seeing and starting to build all those specific operating expenses for the specific cost centers or departments as such. Next section is calculate the non-assessment operating revenues. As I mentioned before, that's what are we going to receive from all our camps? What are we going to receive from our tennis lessons, our pool passes, so on and so forth. And then using the above figures, we calculate what is the balancing amount, what is needed to really balance the budget. And that's the calculation of the assessment revenue. And then the other area is our capital. We need to estimate what our capital expenses will be using the reserve study as a guide. And the reserve study is really a guide. Things change, put out a reserve study, new information comes to light, but we really use it as a guide. And we obviously look at the staff proposed capital projects list and kind of see what our latest and greatest estimates are. So those are 5 areas. But let's go through a quick exercise on building a $100,000 budget, just to show how that actually all works out. So, for the previous slide, first thing we do is what do we need to transfer to the Repair and Replacement Reserve Fund. The next is let's go through our 28 departments and see what operating expenses we need. Next step, what is the projected non-assessment revenue? Okay, and the balancing amount would be our assessment revenue. So let's put some numbers to that. Okay, let's assume for a moment we need to transfer per Resolution 3 $15,000 to the RRF fund. Let's assume we have a total of $85,000 in our operating expenses. So there we have together, that's $100,000 as expenditures or outflows as such. Let's assume our camps and our tennis comes to $20,000 or our non-assessment revenue. So what do we need to balance is our assessment revenues. So what's the needed total? 80,000. Okay. So that's basically balancing the budget. All right, so we'll come back to the 80,000 in a minute, and we'll actually break that down and actually get to an assessment dollar value. But let's take a look at a concept relating to the transfer of funds. So look at that 15,000. So what is the potential change going to be on our fund transfer? If, for example, we fund $15,000 and over the year we spend $15,000, the net effect is 0. So that would be the net effect, what would go to the fund for that entire year. Okay, another example, we transfer 15, but we spend 14. So the net effect is $1,000. And other way around, we would actually spend more in this last scenario, 16, and we would actually take out of the balance of the fund $1,000. So that's just a little bit of in and out of the funds, and we actually get to that in a little bit more detail a bit later. But let's get back to 80,000 for our previous slide. So in our example here, let's take a look, and we say, for example, we've got 1,000 members in our membership. Now, if everybody paid the same, the assessment would be $80. But as we went through before, some folks get a tax break, and there's certain cap limitations on the property value, and not everybody ends up paying the full assessment. So in our example here, if we go with the following, let's say 850 pay the full assessment, 100 receive tax relief, and this pay 50% of the full assessment. 50 own properties under the threshold, and therefore pay a certain percentage of that. And in our, going back to our example earlier, we would actually get to kind of a formula there. So it's really solve for X. What would X be? What would the assessment be for that to balance? So one thing we don't know, and let's assume for the cap amount there, that the folks under the cap on average pay about 70% of the assessment. Okay, we throw that into our calculation. We get a total equivalent units of 395, and times by X would get you 80,000. So if you solve for X, this example, our assessment value is 8586. Okay? Any questions? Real high level, we're going to go into a lot more detail, and in our case, going to do that. And I think, Larry, you're up after me. Cool. Any questions? Good to go. Cool.
All right, thank you, Robert. What's the best location? You want me to hear, or?
Wherever you're comfortable.
I always put my glasses on. All right, what I want to talk to you about is, there's a little bit of a misnomer, Kate's not going to like to hear this, but, so we're not going to talk so much about the historical stuff as rather a snapshot of our programmatic functions. We've heard from, I know Jeff has brought it up at the PRAC meetings, and the PRAC committee, excuse me, itself has asked about, programs, what programs pay for themselves, which ones don't, and so forth. So Laura Kowalski and her staff, went through and really scrubbed and got some really, really detailed spreadsheets, which I'm going to go through tonight, not, and because we'd be here all night. So I'm going to do a real high-level examination and give you a snapshot of those program areas. So first thing I'm going to talk about the kind of programs we conduct, which are fee or free. And then I want to talk about the existence cost of facilities, because that's a really important factor here in Reston because we have so many facilities. And then I'm going to give you some data about those 5 program areas, tell you what we do for benchmarking and some of the results of that, talk a little bit about cost recovery and how we compare to some of the other local jurisdictions. And then there's some board decision points that we'll leave you with. And I think at the end of this presentation, there's a summary of decision points, if I'm accurate in that. So I'm going to go over here because this is tough to read. I don't know if my glasses would help. Plus, I'm a little closer to Pratt. It's better than So, again, we have 2 types of programs. Pay-to-play, or fee programs, where members or non-residents that pay a fee to participate. And there's examples at the bottom. And so those direct program costs are covered by those fees. In most cases, all the direct costs are. In some cases, not so. But by and large, most of those direct costs are covered. And then the free ones, which I like to think of as kind of the community spirit programs. These are the things that we do that bring people together, whether it's multicultural festival, the dive-in movies, community cookouts, some things we do in partnership with other organizations. Those are the things that really, I think, feed the community spirit here in Reston. And I think most everybody appreciates those. But I want to talk about the existence cost a little more. And that's just a term that I've coined over the last few years because there's a sunk cost that we have that, prior boards and this board, they make a decision any time they approve the budget to say, we're going to support a certain number of facilities and the maintenance of those facilities. And that's the owning, the operating, maintaining, repairing, and replacing of those facilities. And so there are existence costs for pools, tennis courts, pathways, tot lots, ball fields, virtually every facility we have. And we're going to pay for that regardless of the program revenue earned specifically by that facility and whether or not one person goes to that facility. Now, I would bring to your attention that if there's a facility we have that only one person goes to, that perhaps we ought not have that facility. I'm not going to get into that kind of detail tonight, but it's just it's a concept that we make the decision, and through the board policy, that we're going to maintain and operate a certain level of facilities from one year to the next, and there's always that option to change the facilities that we have and that we provide. And those are, some of those, in particular pools and tennis courts, are offset by the sale of pool and tennis passes. Access fees is what I like to call those. And you may recall, though, I want to give you a little historical perspective. Back in 1990, the board of directors at that time made a conscious decision to roll in the cost of pool and tennis courts to the general assessment. And the general assessment went up, I want to say it was like $70 one year. Back in 1990, that was a very considerable jump. And they did that because prior to that, they had a rec pass system. Kate's very familiar with it. She sold it and so forth and was working with that. And what we found is to maintain the facilities based just on the revenue from the rec pass system, we weren't getting enough people. Costs kind of snuck up and fewer people were buying the passes. And so we had less revenue to take care of the facilities. So the board made what I think was a fairly command decision to roll those fees in. So there, I did put a little piece of historical information in. I feel good about that.
Yes.
So what I want to do now is go through by program area here real quickly, just kind of a snapshot of kind of a summary of what that program area does and a few little metrics on it. Then I'll show you some graphs about the expenses and revenues and cost recovery. And these are based on the proposed and the current draft 2016 budget. So let's start with aquatics. Most of this you know, but I think it's important to have this as a background for what I'm going to show you. 15 outdoor pools, of course, everybody's familiar with those, I think, in the 50-meter pool, 2 heated. And we do have a longer season by almost a month and a half than most HOAs. We typically have anywhere from 150 to 170,000 open swim visits. That's not programs, that's open swim visits. You've got your pool pass, I feel like going to the pool, I go, there's a visit. Then we have a lot of different programs, lesson certification, and that serves about 1,300 people each year. And we also rent the facilities, usually on the closed day, because each one of our pool facilities is closed a day a week. And so we use that for rental. So there's a good revenue piece there. And that's about 650 hours a year across all of our pool facilities. And then in 2014, which is the last year we have complete data, because we're still in 2015, about 24,000 pool passes sold, combination of adult and child. So the existence cost, so I'll talk about that with pool and tennis, because they're the ones that actually have facilities. The other ones aren't. Nature Center, I guess, it has that as well. But let's start with pools, because that's the big one. So over on the left, you have the cost to maintain and operate the pools if we did not 1 ounce of programming. So we'll call it $100,000 per year. That is offset in part by the sales of pool and tennis passes, the green, to the tune of about $600,000, which leaves a delta of about $985,000. And that is the decision the board makes, at least, or potentially could make in 2016, that we're going to support having those 15 pools to the tune of $45.59 per unit for that year. Is everybody clear with that concept? Okay? So what I'm doing, I'm breaking out owning and operating the facilities without doing any programming, and then what I'm going to talk about now is the programming piece. So for aquatics programs, this includes swim lessons, both group and private, lifeguard classes, pool parties, and rentals, where we have to have staff. You have to have an aquatic facility operator on site and so forth. We have an expense of $213,000, and we take in revenue of $232,000. So straight from a program standpoint, we do well in pools. So that's the takeaway here. Again, take away the fact that we're going to own and operate, at least under the current setup, we're going to own and operate 15 pools, and if you continue to do that in 2016, those are the numbers you can expect. So let's talk about tennis. Quick summary: 52 courts, the 26 lighted, 8 clay, and the 6 courts for 8 and under. 770 registrations for junior lessons, which is outstanding. Over 360 for adult classes. And then we serve over 350 people in our leagues as well. So we have a very robust tennis program, very well recognized, as most of you know, by USTA, and nationally and through Mid-Atlantic. So most of the staffing expense for tennis court existence is staff for the maintenance, because we have to do the maintenance and management. We have court monitoring, some of you may know Manny. And then the repair, and then utilities for the light courts, and water for the clay courts and things like that. So using that same example that I did with aquatics, the cost for that is $261,000. So you want that, you do 261 roughly divided by 52, that'll give you the cost per court per year. I don't have it in my mind, it's probably $2,200 or something. I'm not real good with math on the fly. And then that is offset by the sale of pool and tennis passes, primarily the tennis passes, to the tune of $108,000, so that the existence cost really for tennis courts in actual dollars is that $152,000, which reflects $7.05 per unit for 2016 as proposed. Is everybody still with me? Okay. So on the programming side, group tennis lessons, private leagues, birthday parties, and things like that, the expenses are $202 and the revenues are $224. So purely on the program side, we're profitable in tennis as well. And again, the expenses for that are almost entirely staff. That's instructors. Mike's great. So camps. This one is more interesting. Camps does not have a facility that in that program area budget. It is personnel. It's revenue and expenses for conducting camps. So we have over 1,600 camper slots and registrations to serve children 3 to 16, and in 2014 we offered 60 camp scholarships, and that's an important thing to think about, as you'll see in just a second. But one of the things that makes our camp special, and one of the differentiators that is really important for you to consider as you look, at the budget going forward. We're in our 41st year, it's the longest one in Reston, but we have a staff to camper ratio of 1 to 6. Most camps are 1 to 10 and 1 to 12. Licensing through Virginia Social Services requires 1 to 18, which I think is crazy.
Yeah. That's
Beyond crazy.
Particularly with younger kids.
Absolutely.
Actually, it's probably crazy with older kids, but we'll just. So anyways, that is one of the things that we really, have prided ourselves on for many years, that we create, I think, a more personal camper experience by having that low ratio. But there's a cost to that, because you have more staff to achieve that ratio. In addition, we rent vans each year. As you've seen our vans all over the place, because we take our campers to many of our facilities. So that's one of the advantages we have of having these multiple facilities, is that we give campers very different experiences by going to different pools, different parks, nature center, and so forth. But again, there's an expense to that. So this is it. I mean, this is the camp snapshot as proposed for 2016. So the expenses of $451,000, which is staff, van rentals, field trips, program supplies, licensing fees, training, and so forth, all the things that go into running the camps. And then the revenue is $409. And in that revenue figure, there's essentially a loss of that $29,000 that we're providing in scholarships. So remember that 60 scholarship number. So one of the decision points you'll see is, does this board want to continue providing camp scholarships to children, and recognizing that that contributes to a broader delta between the revenues and expenses? That's a decision point, but it's an important one to consider. So again, the delta there is $1.96 supported by the annual assessment. So again, it's a data piece that you can have in your mind as you consider these things. So special events summary, again, we offer both fee and free events. The vast majority are free, or those kind of community spirit things. These are examples of the fee and free ones. Some of you have been to these. Who here has done a community yard sale? A couple, see? That's a classic. We have people. Ashley says, don't show up until 7, and people are rolling in here like 5:30. Drives you crazy.
You got to get the best spot.
I know. Well, and you get the best deals too, right? Before everybody gets stuff. So approximately 120 events and programs, and then reaching about 17,500 participants annually. So again, here, expenses, $160,000, not a lot of revenue, and then you can see the delta, and it's supported $5.64 per unit. and that's based on the 2016 proposed budget. We also looked at other communities too, and that's supported by the annual assessment ranges from like $2.21 in Franklin Farm, where I live, where they do almost nothing. They do one little barnyard thing, pool parking lot by my house every October, and then others like South Riding and Brambleton that spend close to $10 doing concerts and beer festivals and all kinds of things. So we're pretty much in the middle there. So let's talk about the Nature Center. 72-acre property, the gardens, ponds, trails, of course the LEED Gold certified nature house. Conduct over 360 programs there, all kinds of scout and youth things, adult programs. There's movies that we do in partnership with RCC, lots of different things. And it serves over 26,000 program participants and visitors annually. And if you figure it's open 312 days a year, roughly that's 52 weeks, 6 days a week, that's about 83 people a day. I'm wondering, how did he figure that out so quick? I did it sitting there before I got up. So, and also there's facility rentals. So the snapshot of that is there's a pretty substantial delta. But one of the things that's important about the Nature Center is that it was on the original Reston master plan. We had a Nature Center director, Vern Walker, years before we had the property, and even more years before we actually had a building on the property. And so there was a commitment made in this community from the get-go that environmental stewardship was going to be a part of the fabric of Reston, and I think we all recognize that it is. And so the fact that we own and operate a building that's dedicated to teaching people about the surroundings in which they live, that's a commitment, again, that prior boards have made, and that's a commitment that you all can make as well through your decision-making on the budget. And then, again, the annual support from the annual assessment is $15.17 for that. So real quick on benchmarking, how often? Typically we do it with the 2-year budget process. And when we have a specific program we're thinking about creating or maybe getting rid of, we'll do some extra benchmarking, just to do a little gut check. And who do we benchmark with? Typically the Park Authority, Herndon, Reston, sometimes Vienna, Loudon, Arlington, just kind of the other providers that do like services in their communities. And we benchmark all kinds of details. Price, how many people, what time of day are they conducted, which ones are successful. And this benchmarking is not just going onto their website. We'll call people and say, give us a little snapshot. Has this been a successful program? Is it not? How have you tweaked it? So, we dig into the details on these. And then the results of that are, we look at what changes should we make to our programs. Should we decrease the program, increase or decrease the fees, get rid of the program? So all those things, or just tweak how we conduct the program or what time of day we do it, because maybe we're not reaching the right population. So this is just an example of some of the things that we get from the benchmarking. Pilot program for triathlon camp, a little bit on tennis. One of the ones that's been really popular is taking that half-day what used to be Huggetry to a full-day junior day camp. I mean, there's a huge demand for that. We said, man, why aren't we doing that? So we jumped on that quickly. And I think we've had waiting lists for that for every session. And then we've tweaked fees and scratched the tennis ball machine rental. And as noted on the very bottom of this slide, as Kate referenced earlier, the survey I think is actually going to drop in homes. I think, Mike, you had said maybe like Monday or Tuesday this coming week.
It's going out tomorrow. It should hit Monday or Tuesday next week.
So we're excited about starting to get those results back. And so that will be some additional information that we can provide to you as part of your decision making. So cost recovery. This is the question, and I hesitated putting this up because it's really hard to compare apples to apples because every jurisdiction is so different. The note on the bottom, one of the differentiators that we have right out of the chute is that we have so many facilities per capita, more so than most of these places. And there are outdoor facilities, and that's a key element too, which I'm going to address in a second. when you think about the number of pools, number of tennis courts, miles of pathway, things like that, we have way more stuff. And you've heard me say this before, than most cities that are, 2, 3, 4 times our size. In addition, each one of these other jurisdictions has a lot of year-round offerings. They have year-round tennis or pools, recreation centers. Vienna's got its community center. So again, I was a little reluctant to put this up, but I think it's important to note that, we're kind of in the mix. We're a little bit on the low side, but what I attribute that to is that we don't have a lot of year-round offerings, and we have a lot of facilities, that we're maintaining otherwise. So just a quick snapshot from the data that I just showed you in each of these program areas where our cost of recovery is specifically in those. Aquatics, 46.3, tennis, 71.9. Again, this includes, you've got the existence cost there too, all the facility costs. What happened there? Camps, 90.6, special events, 24, and then Walker Nature Center, 20 and change. So again, just kind of a snapshot of cost recovery. There was a question of scholarships and how do we determine those? So our scholarships are primarily, program participants, and they have to meet eligibility requirements, and we use the same standards that the community center does and that the Y uses. It's pretty standardized across most providers, and that is, are they eligible for the free and reduced lunch, or the home and tax relief program and things like that. So,
Could we be reimbursed by Fairfax County for these scholarships? For example, someone said with a football program, I raised my hand because we give money to the tennis program. I'm getting my things confused, but I was told that, well, for kids, if they want to join the football program, they can join it, but they don't have enough money. Football gives them the money, gives them the program for free, but then the football program itself can go apply to get a reimbursement from Fairfax County.
I'm not aware of that, but we can certainly look into that. I've not heard of that myself.
Just wondering, because it's daycare,
They would tell you it's not daycare.
Generally speaking, when it's a private entity offering stuff, the fact that we're giving scholarships out will not make any difference to the locality. But it's worth checking.
Yeah, so that's a good point.
I have a question about the
Yes.
scholarships also. On a previous slide, for camp scholarships at least, you had, you said we did 60 scholarships. Was that 60 total or 60 that were not covered through like Friends of Reston?
60 total, so 60 slots. So
And
that
that's-
slot is generally a slot in a 2-week session.
Right. So, and is that how many requests? Did we fill every request? Or did we have
I think
unmet
we filled every
needs?
request. One of the things that we have, and we instituted this a couple years ago, because what we found, we used to charge nothing for our scholarships. And we're like, people would sign up, and then they wouldn't show up.
Right.
So what we do now, we charge a $25 non-refundable fee, because once they've invested, and it's, let's say the camp's $400, but once they've invested $25, it's like, man, I've got to do it, because I've spent that $25.
Right.
And so that's a little investment fee that has actually been much more successful.
So this year it was 60, but last year it was 54.
Yeah.
Something like, okay, but
Right,
so
yeah.
that we don't have any unmet needs.
Right, we don't have a set number,
Okay.
said we're going to fill this and then we're done.
We just accept anyone who applies for it.
Yep.
Who meets the criteria?
Who meets the
Who meets
criteria,
the
yeah.
criteria. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
And that's,
exactly.
and I don't mean to interrupt, but that's also where our partnerships with Cornerstones come in.
Of course.
And working with them and the kids that are
Right.
going through Emperor Drucker, so.
And the Friends does, they have contributed anywhere from $6,000 to $9,000, $10,000 over the last few years towards camp scholarships.
They could do that.
So, and the other thing I want to say about camps is we have a new camp program manager, Dan Marinick, who actually has a lot of experience and actually formerly worked at the Reston Y before he went to the Midwest for a while. He's excited. I think Kate can attest to that. He is on it, man. He wanted to come in and change everything. We're like, wait a minute. Let's, get used to how, how they operate first. You don't want to shake the tree too bad. But he's got a lot of great ideas and is really excited. So I'm excited about where we can take camps. And, with the Tetra building as well, you've heard us talk about that. It gives us additional space as well as additional rain cover for when we have days like today, where we actually had campers in here watching a movie because the thunderstorm came in at a very inappropriate time where they were in the pool. But they didn't come in here wet, so that was good.
Okay. I can attest, we had lots of campers.
Yeah, there are a lot of kids running around. So here's some decision points, and you may have other decision points that you take away from what I presented and what others will present. This is just for my section, but I want to go through these, so if you have any immediate questions. So that's the big one on the top. Kind of goes to the existence cost that I was talking about. Is the board comfortable with operating and maintaining the 15 pools, 2 tennis courts, 22 ball fields, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? Right? Because that's an investment. Is the board willing to increase pass fees to shift a greater share of the cost to the actual users? So the pool and tennis pass fees, which you saw in those charts, helps offset the cost of operating the facilities. Again, taking programming out of it. So the question is, are you willing to charge more for the fees? Initially, when they rolled in the pool and tennis operation and maintenance into the assessment, was it $2? I think we started at $2 for a pool pass. And then over time, it's like, maybe the people that actually use the facilities should contribute a little bit more because they're the users, they appreciate it. And so, it's gone from 2 to 25. So anyways, that's just something to think about. Is the board willing to reduce the number of facilities to reduce operating capital costs? And that kind of matches up with the top one. At what level does the board wish to fund scholarships for camps, swim lessons, or tennis lessons? Again, I'm kind of giving you a snapshot of where that is and what that annual cost is. It's a cost in that it's not revenue coming into us to help offset the programmatic functions. What is the ideal role for Friends of Reston in fundraising for scholarships? Talked about that. Should the board collapse its non-resident offerings to draw in more non-resident revenue? One of the things that we can probably get into more detail than we would tonight is right now we have a fairly complicated non-resident pass offering. What I think we're going to propose to you is that we make it simpler, but also if you look at the revenues year to date on the non-resident, particularly the pool and tennis pass, the family one, it's way down. Because I think we hit that $600 mark and people are like, forget that. So, one of the thoughts is, why don't we, and we'll work with Mike on how we really market that and push that, but it would be, let's pull it back to, let's say, $560 or $575 and see if we can capture more families that, right on Reston's perimeter to come back in and use the pools. So those are the kinds of things.
One suggestion, and I don't know if it's one of these bullet points, is your camper to counselor
Take that
ratio.
to 8.
And perhaps, on the younger camps, maybe leave it, but on the older camps, maybe 1 to 7 is not a bad ratio.
I was thinking 1 to 8 wouldn't be,
Yeah, something, you guys are there
still
on the
very
ground.
low,
It's easy
Well,
to
we'll
be-
capture that as a
Yeah.
decision
Your
point
1 to
on
6
that,
was
too.
an average, right?
1 to 6 is our.
Right,
Your
and
average.
part of that too, and it's more complicated than just switching the ratio, is because of the transportation.
Oh.
Yeah.
Right.
Because you can take 2 counselors and the kids, that's 14 in a 15 passenger van. So in terms of how we orchestrate, I'm not saying it can't be done, but it's a whole lot more complex than just saying we're gonna, add a couple campers to this one counselor.
Yeah.
And maintain the same type of camp operations that we're doing. So,
Yeah, just camps to me seems like pay for play, and I think you should be making, at least breaking even on your camps. Okay, just an overall.
absolutely. And the last one here, to increase sales of non-resident passes that's what I just mentioned, should the board decrease fees? Have we hit the point of no return on that non-resident pass number?
Clarification.
Sure.
So there was a bit of a buzz this summer when we were offering reduced fees halfway through. And I never did ask the question, but
Yeah,
do we do the same thing for members as we did for the I mean, the way I read that in the press was non-members got this reduced, okay, we want to buy into it midsummer, but as if the members didn't get equivalent kind of discount.
No, that's correct. So instead of charging, 600 with 610, I think. So instead of charging 610 for non-resident family pool and tennis, cut that in half. I think it was half after July 15th, recognizing that, half the season's over. And that's
was
just.
there something equivalent for members?
Larry, this is one of the best presentations I've seen on framing where we are with these programs. I'm going to need more time to think about all of this. Beyond that, I'm almost thinking that we need to have a broader community conversation about these various trade-offs. I think that clearly we as members of the board represent the members, but you present some very sound data there that we need to have a broader conversation about.
Don't you think once we add the survey information that we get in, that'll really help frame it?
Absolutely. Then we'll know the trends.
Absolutely,
We
yeah.
have a scientific survey of what is the value to a good sampling of the community.
And hold a forum or some kind of.
Is this data going to be available to us?
It's in the Dropbox.
Yeah,
It'll be in the
no,
Dropbox.
actually, hold on. Let me answer that question for you. Yes, after we get done with the entire presentation, you will have it in Dropbox tomorrow night or by tomorrow morning, and you're gonna have a packet of information you get to take, not now, don't show it to me yet. I don't want to, folks, you're gonna be able to take a paper copy of everything we presented to you tonight, homework. That's why we're gonna get together again on the 24th. So before we hand it over to Sean, because he's your next presenter, you're going to be presented all night long with different decision points that we're accumulating, as Larry said, at the very end of the presentation for you to ponder, think about when we come back together on the 24th of August. So that's the key. We're giving you opportunities to think about things. You're already coming up with additional questions. Sabrina, by nod of the head, is capturing every kind of the additions. So we will add to the laundry list and some of the comments that you made. So very much welcome that.
Okay. Kate, may I? You're saying the Dropbox and also will be on the website for our members,
Absolutely,
right?
it will be on the website
Right, for our
as well
members, yeah.
tomorrow morning. Yes.
Well done, Larry.
Thank you.
Awesome.
And I want to, she didn't want me to do this, but I want to thank Sabrina. She busted her chops.
Oh, Sabrina,
Well
that's
done.
She's the best.
We put on Robert's piece as well.
Yeah.
Sure, 100%.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But we're not done. We have more to.
No.
We do have more to go. We do have more to
Continue.
go.
Keep going.
You're on a roll.
We're on a roll.
Okay,
Or Sean.
Sean.
Now we're going to hand it over to Sean to talk more about that ARF that we were discussing earlier.
Thank you for staying so late, John.
I didn't know you called it ARF, but
Sorry.
that's okay. All right, just a little bit of background. I'm Sean Ensley, I'm the chair of the fiscal committee. We had a relatively significant conversation with respect to the initial amounts of the budget. And one of the key decision points that Robert talked to you about was establishing the amount of funding for your repair and replacement reserve fund. So Kate introduced the concept that the Commonwealth of Virginia requires homeowners associations to have a 5-year, or every 5 years, to have a study of what it takes to repair and replace basically the common property. Here it'd be pools, tennis courts, pathways, and that. And the Reston Association, every 5 years, goes out and uses a third-party engineering firm to do that. Now, that's just the first step. For example, if it says you have a pool and it might cost $500,000, the Reston Association goes through and translates that reserve requirement of amounts in the future into what they call a 10-year plan. That 10-year plan forecasts every single year what it would take to repair and replace the existing capital assets of the organization. And keep in mind, that's not a flat amount every year. It literally changes by the assessment of management as to what's going on. So they will assess whether or not, hey, that pathway may have been the reserve study, had to be replaced in 2017, but through inspection or whatever, they determined, well, we're not going to do that. That amount of money might be put into 2018, 2019, whatever. So management takes that reserve study and applies their judgment expertise to ensuring that that's appropriate. So what is a repair and replacement reserve fund? And first of all, you basically, there are dollars set aside to repair and replace the capital assets. Pools, tennis courts, pathways, we've just talked about that. Basically, they cannot be used for operating expenses. So basically, our members have basically paid money to this organization, and you use that money to maintain those assets that they have come to rely upon and use, and make this community attractive to them. Now, the balance in that fund, just think of it as its own little piggy bank, really has to consist of a couple things. So how does money get in there? It just doesn't, unlike the Fed, we can't create it. We have to actually collect it, put it in there. So we have annual, basically, appropriations from the annual assessment. And there's a minimum balance that, according to the Resolution 3, needs to be in there. And we'll cover what that is in just a moment. And then we also put in an amount for contingencies. If you think through this, when you're planning out 10 years, nothing ever works out exactly the way you think it does. Whether Larry's got trucks. He might have a truck that's got 200,000 miles. Well, I can get another couple years out of it, and then it breaks down tomorrow. So you do need to think through that you can't just completely have exactly what you need every single year. You do have to have a reserve put aside. And that covers contingencies. So what's next? Okay, where do you get the money? Well, besides the fact that I pay into it, and all of you do, there is investment earnings. Now, keep in mind, you do have an investment fund. $2.5 million has been invested, and that money, having dividends in that, creates a cash inflow that gets put into the RRF. So, you also have, under Resolution 3, a, strong duty to put in 1/10. So if you think through it, we come through and decide over 10 years we're going to spend $50 million. 1/10 of that, or $5 million, and it's not exactly that much anymore, but 1/10 of that by Resolution 3 needs to be put into the Repair and Replacement Reserve Fund. And I'll talk about it in a minute. That may not equal what you're going to spend that year, but you do build up amounts in years when you have less spending to cover years when you have more spending. And we'll cover that in just a minute to show you that. And you are allowed to borrow money to cover repair and replacements, but there's other requirements in the Reston Association deed with respect to borrowing. But that flexibility is available to you. So the boards establish a policy that by a 2/3 vote, if there is more money in your operating fund, you can move some of those funds into the Repair and Replacement Reserve Fund, or also by a 2/3 vote, you don't have to designate the 1/10. So there is some flexibility there. All right, this is the fun slide. All right, we talked a little bit about before that you set aside annual money into the Repair and Replacement Reserve Fund, and you also have to have a minimum balance. And Resolution 3 establishes how much that should be. Basically, you take the average annual plan spending over the next 10 years. What's the average? So if it's $50 million, what's the average? Basically, it's going to be, over a 10-year period, it's going to be $5 million. But that's a little more than what we have here. And the second thing is you need to put aside a reserve for a contingency that's 10%. So if I have the $50 million, you need to put in 10% of that, which would be, $5 million. But that amount is a lot more than, just easy so I can do it in my head. Being an accountant, I can't handle small numbers. Now, the chart is really, it's important to understand. If you just take a look at 2016, the green bars are what is in the 10-year forecast for actual funding of the reserve. That's the 10-year average. So for 2016, and we'll get to that exact number, $2.71 million is the 1/10 of the forecast over that 10-year period. Larry has anticipated, and the organizations anticipated, that they would only spend about $2.49 million. Okay, well, why would, there's a little bit of an excess. That goes into the reserve. As you know, as you go through time, there are periods when you spend more than what you fund. And how can you do that? Well, you draw down the amounts in the piggy bank. And in other years, you put money into the piggy bank. Hopefully what you do is you kind of stabilize the amount of the funding to cover, as you can see, as you get out into 2020, 2019, you're funding more, but then on certain other years, in 2025, and why that far out? Well, you're going to spend almost $5 million, and you only are going to fund 3.6. So why can you do that? You might have to have significant amounts of replacements, trucks, tennis courts, but you have the money. We don't have to necessarily raise assessments to do that. Now, the other part is you have a cushion. If we were all perfect and knew everything that we could do, you wouldn't need to have cushion. If the plan was exactly what you thought it would be and everything happened exactly the way you thought it would, and oil prices and asphalt would be exactly what you thought it would be, you don't need to have a reserve. But in this case, you do. And what that does is that $4.52 million is the reserve. That covers the amount, and it has carryover built in. So that amount covers you for contingencies. What if one of your dams cracks? Now, granted, just happens to crack, and you suddenly need to spend $750,000 that you never thought you would have. Well, that's what that reserve covers. And the members benefit from that, from the fact that you wouldn't have to go back to them and say, hey, we have no money in our reserve, we got to pay for it because, remember, if you don't pay for it, we're going to flood out half the homes around that particular dam. Short answer is the reserve is, you always like to have cushion. You like to have a savings account. They keep telling you need to have a savings account to cover you for those unknown events. So what this does is this kind of shows you that spending, amount funding into the plan plus the reserve. Now, it does build up over time, but I will tell you this is wrong. Why is it wrong? Because any forecast is always wrong. You never know what it's going to be. It could be less, it could be more, and any of you know exactly how inflation is going to be. I want to invest with you because I can tell you right now, will that $10 million looks like a lot of money, but that happens to be in 2024. If you know exactly what's going to happen in 2024, I do want to be with you, because I sure don't. So what is all that? Let's translate that into a decision point that you have to make. 2 decision points. Decision point number 1, how much money should you put into the RRF for 2016 and 2017 based upon the requirements of Resolution 3? Short answer is it's a requirement of $2.7 million in 2016 and $2.8 million in 2017. Now, we've calculated out what the minimum annual fund balance is. Where you are today, there would be no requirement to put extra money into the fund. Your minimum is already covered. But you do have to make a decision point, and we'll get to that in a minute, about the 2.7 and the $2.8 million. And what is that? That's the average of the forecasted spending over the next 10 years. And it changes because, as you go further out, you have a different amount each year, and that's why it's not flat. So what's the decision point? Decision point is, do you want to spend and put into the fund $2.7 million and $2.8 million for your biennial budget, or do you want to do a lesser amount? I will say that we had a fairly robust discussion at the fiscal committee that we believe that based upon the Resolution 3 and complying with it, the fiscal committee recommends to you strongly that to fund the Repair and Replacement Reserve Fund by the 2.7 and 2.8 is our recommendation to you. And, Robert's given you a very sound methodology as to where all that fits. This is that first decision point of your budget plan. And you can see that you've built up a reserve, but that's a good thing. I mean, like I say, who knows what the future holds, but by having that reserve, you have built into this organization the stability to account for unknown and unforeseen circumstances that always seem to arise. Anyway, that's, if you've got any questions, feel free. Sure.
Julie?
I have a question. The definition of capital asset, as we are applying it to RA and what RA's assets are. So where does open space, natural areas fall? Are they considered an asset?
Well,
Should be,
they're an asset, but for purposes of repair and replacement, the short answer is it wouldn't be. I mean, pools, pathways, tennis courts, vehicles for the organization. You know, if you have it already, I think
The
your
rest-
computers. Yeah.
The rest indeed has a definition of capital asset.
okay.
And it shall mean or refer to common area or property components that have a useful life of more than 3 years, including but not limited to swimming pools, tennis courts, community buildings, lakes, pathways, parking areas, multipurpose courts, ball fields, tot lots, vehicles, and other equipment owned by the association.
But like that stream restoration that we heard about earlier, I mean,
Probably not a capital asset.
Lakes, ponds, and streams, we do have
Now-
a fund for that.
Right, but that's.
Now, keep in mind, Tetra, after it's been purchased, would roll into, it wasn't funded from that, but now that's been, basically the membership's approved as purchase, it's ultimately going to become a
Tetra
repair and
would.
replacement reserve requirement to fix that. So
Right.
again, think about that. That's another example of why having that reserve makes some sense. Because that, that cushions a little bit. Now, granted, if everything here was new, you wouldn't need to have this big a reserve, but the unfortunate part is, 40 and 50 years old, things break.
Right, so any attention we might wish to place on maintaining, preserving the health of our open space, natural space, would not be able to be funded from RRR. It would have to come out from another source.
Correct. That's right.
And my next question is, once we make an allocation into RRR, the only way you can take money out is to apply it against an assets RRR.
Yeah, repair and
Okay.
replacement. Now, keep in mind, if you have a vehicle, you have a front-end loader that you own today,
Yeah.
and that breaks and you have to replace it, you
Right.
can pay for that out of the repair and replacement. Now, if you decide to buy a, 18-wheeler, you'd have to use your capital asset acquisition fund, but once it's bought, you can then use the RRF to repair and replace it. But, for the most part, you're also limited in what kind of size of assets you can buy or by the deed as well. You have to go to referendum to spend a lot of money, so, but I think, did that answer your question?
Yes.
Well, and the other thing to keep in mind, and this happens a lot, not a lot, it happens sometimes in higher end communities, where they say, you know what, we're not going to take our people's money now. We're going to take it when the time comes.
Special
Through a special assessment.
Right.
Now, you've got a couple of problems with that, if you recall what your definitions are. Because your annual assessment plus any special assessment cannot be more than the cap.
Right.
So most associations do what Reston Association does. Maybe not to the same extent, but Reston Association, through prior boards, have established certain standards which they felt were reasonable at the time, in that you're
Say for a
required
rainy day.
to segregate certain money aside on an annual basis. And in the long run, that's the way to do it, at least the experience has shown that.
Yeah, I mean, the other side, you can make an equity argument that those who use it should pay for it. If a current resident wears out, I mean, you could argue that I haven't worn out anything by walking on a path, but in theory, they've used it and, they pay for not only its operations, but it's also that little, grinding down that their feet have on it. But from an equity standpoint, those who use it pay for it, which is exactly, I think, Ken, why. Now, you can make the argument, well, I'll just push that off to the future. Well, we all can see how some of that impacts us in other areas, But the short answer is that is not the position of this organization. And the people who use it, in effect, have funded for its repair and replacement, so that future residents can have the same benefits that they experienced.
So my concern is, we've talked about this, I know Rachel, when she was on the board last year, it was an issue, a concern about maintaining, preserving our natural space. It's certainly a concern of mine. And I know we're going to look at some ways of how we start thinking about incorporating that into our planning processes, but obviously there's not a rainy day set aside fund to address that specifically.
Well, we do have a budget line item, right,
Right.
for
Stream restoration.
Yeah, I mean, don't we have?
Not the same.
For lakes, ponds, and streams, we
Streams,
do,
right.
in our capital budget, yes.
But that's not the same as
It's
your
not a rainy day fund.
woody,
Well,
your wooded
so-
areas and your.
The derecho was, the cleanup from the derecho none of that
That
came
did
out
not
of,
hit capital, that was an operating expense.
it was an operating expense.
I mean, look, they do put aside money for dredging because of its significant cost to the organization. In fact, it doesn't occur all that often. But, if you think about it, those things in your home that you would consider to be long-lived assets are very similar to what Reston Association would have.
A lot of clusters do tree maintenance in their reserve. I mean, we do it at the condo that way.
Right.
It's in my personal budget, my own
Yeah.
property, but that's.
Yeah, Danielle had her hand up. Danielle?
I just, we talked a little bit about this at the fiscal committee in terms of when does that money move out of the operating fund into the reserve? We should be able to see next year on our actual results, 2.7 million being transferred out of operating into the reserve. Is that,
It may or may not. It's a matter of keeping it at that level, at that predetermined level. So what if the fund, you have to make sure that minimum balance equals what? And so if there is already a lump sum in there, you might see a transfer of 500.
but we allocated 2.7 to be moved in.
Let me answer that quick. After our meeting, I actually had a look at the, I actually sat down with Monica, our controller, and she walked through what actually happened in February. So there was an actual transfer of that 2.4 million in February. So
we should be able to see it on our financials.
right, yeah. So I'm going to do that correction in July, and I'm going to re-show just in a different format what is actually there on an income statement. So that money, it sounds like, has been transferred at the beginning of the year. So if we come along and say we're going to fund to the 10% or the 1/10, that money, what happened just before I arrived, that was actually transferred February.
So then my next question is, if we are starting with the RRR fund balance higher than we had believed,
Higher than believed for what we
do we need to put in the whole 2.7? Like, where's our starting? Are we at the right spot?
Our estimated starting point, if you go back to the slide,
2 point,
is actually estimated right now to be 4.3 billion starting. So this slide over here, our starting point is going to be 4.3 at the end of this year.
carry that with you.
So our starting point will be 4.3 at the end of this year. Somewhere between 4.3 and 4.5, depending on how much money we actually spend this year. Life to date, for 6 months, we've spent just more than $1 million. If we spend another 1 million, our starting point will be 5.3. If we spend 2 million, it'll be 4.3. So my estimate is something between 4.3 to 5.3. We have lined up, and we've got a budget currently for carry forwards and 2015 projects of just over 2.5. I don't think we'll spend the remaining 2.5 in 6 months. So the starting point, I went conservative on this, and I said the starting point's 4.3, but it's probably going to be anything between 4.3 and 4.5.
Okay, it's a dangerous question. You don't want to be, like you said.
But they're two different issues. One is the amount of the balance that you have in your RRF.
Okay.
The other is the amount that you're required to put in on an annual basis.
Exactly.
Yep. And so regardless of what the total amount of the fund is, unless the board decides to go and undo Resolution 3, the reality is you're going to put that 2.7 or 2.8 in regardless of what else is in addition.
Exactly.
So we'd have to change the policy.
No, it's an accounting conversation I can have offline because it's going to spiral the wrong way.
But I think that there's another underlying issue there, because we struggle with this in the condo, is that sometimes the reserve fund is big because you're not getting projects done. And so,
Exactly.
and so when you look at the calendar and you go, there's just no way to spend the money because we can't get the projects, shovel ready, so to speak, in the amount of time that we have left. And so, and it's something as a real estate agent that we look at too. You go, it's great to see a big reserve fund, but sometimes a big reserve fund means that the community isn't good at getting jobs done, right? They're saving the money, they're just not spending it.
Absolutely.
I don't know too many condominiums that have too much in the reserve.
Clusters have this occasionally, but anyway.
Yeah, Mike?
You raised, Julie, the point about the natural areas. I raised a question in EAC about what is the state? What are the trends for our lakes and the natural areas? Clearly, we have to invest in them. It's like our gardens. We do that at home. You set aside resources to do it. But we have to decide what is the state, what are the trends, what's acceptable. You take a look at our curbs and gutters around the community. I think we've all agreed that they're not being maintained at a standard that is acceptable to us. Some of that is our own responsibility if we own it. But if somebody else owns it, then what is our role in trying to get them to do what they want to do? I had raised an issue during the reserve study about the quaint look of Reston, and we should be proud of it. Well, I'm not so sure I'm proud of some of the quaint looks of some of our facilities, right? We have, based on that, decided what reserve we need to maintain that quaintness. Well, it's not the quaintness we want.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I think it's important that we, and I think we have made the kind of decision that we need to study the health of our open areas and get that. Is it poor, good, excellent, where are we?
Improving, is it declining?
Yeah, and
I
plan
look
for
at
that and address that.
I didn't realize, I've seen some utilities exposed in the streams and whatnot.
Right.
But the presentation earlier today highlighted a serious issue. Is that our issue?
Or the county.
Or is it the county's issue?
Right.
Whatever, it's not acceptable. Somebody's got to do something about it. We've got to expend resources to address it.
Okay. I think we need a motion to extend our meeting. Someone willing to make that motion?
I move that we extend this evening's meeting to,
Why don't we do an hour?
An hour?
Yeah.
Well, let's just make it an even midnight.
Okay.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Okay.
I'm opposed to it. I can't stay that late, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
You gotta go through the whole the vote, because did everybody say yay?
I did, yes.
Yeah, except Lucinda, she cannot stay, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Any
Lucinda,
questions for
Julie, you were.
Lost my train of
Thanks.
thought. It's okay.
Any
It's
other,
getting
I'm
late.
sorry, I don't want to leave until anybody's got the question.
Good job.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sean.
So we have a decision point. I did, and Sabrina and I captured that conversation about natural areas, open space, maintenance of, that stream question, is there too. I'm going to double check with council on that. So that'll be, you were presented with another item tonight that is not in the budget that I'll be showing you later. But good decision point, meaning the streams. We were talking about the stream, that's not been included as a capital item, something that we need to do. So that we do have that as a placeholder, as I knew that presentation was going to be made tonight based on everything that happened during the course of last week. So that is something that we'll put a placeholder for and make sure we give you a dollar amount on. But decision point, at your August meeting is, do you fund up all the way to the recommended amount that Sean provided, or do you do a lesser amount? That takes us into the next set of conversations. And that is, I want to present you with a picture on a capital project plan. So for capital project planning for the association, what we have going on right now is that we started 2015 with about 40 brand new capital projects that were approved with the last budget cycle. We had about 19 carry forwards, so that started us, carry forwards from 2014 to 2013. So we started the year with 59 projects. As of July 10, I can say we have a few more completed than July 10, but as of July 10, of those 59 projects, only 19 were completed. We have about 3 others that were completed just this week. In February, we just mentioned it several times this evening, you received a study from 2015 Reserve in February from Criterion that outlined a 10-year repair and replacement capital asset forecast. We talked a lot about it this evening. When we went to develop the 2016 and 17 budgets for capital, the capital budgets, the first thing we did was take a look at that reserve study. And we pulled from it those capital components that said they need to be replaced. That was based on the study. Sean did a beautiful job a few minutes ago of explaining that sometimes when it says, hey, this pathway needs to be done, and staff goes back out to re-inspect, we're like, no, it's fine. This has got more useful life in it. But when we looked at that list, what we found were 72 items were earmarked in 2016, and another 49 in 2017, which gave us a total over a 2-year period of 121 new projects. Now add that to what we know will be carried forward. We're going to have carry forward items this year. You just heard Robert say, I don't believe we're going to spend all the money that was allocated for the projects. You heard Eve say the same thing about condominium associations where they reserve for things, but they don't get them done. Okay, so we have all of that knowledge. We took a look at that picture. Here are our staff observations. When we took a look at that and we thought about what's going on over the past 12, 36 months. We've got a study with GMU that just went out, or it's going out, I'm sorry, next week. When we get the results of that back, we're going to have learned from our membership what they value most, not only in programming, but in facilities. That's an important data point. With the Pony Barn Recreation Area, we learned this year that we have a real opportunity to engage with our members and to have them help in planning facility and park improvements. That was a great success tonight. That was a fantastic plan because we involved our members, the people who pay for the capital improvements. We have aging infrastructure. The community is 50 years old, with the number of items growing in needing repair and replacement, and it's becoming more complicated to undertake. 121 items that were just listed, and they're not easy. They're not simple fixes. Over the past 36 months, we've had an interesting observation internally, interesting phenomena. We've been solely focused on these separate laundry listed capital items. And we really haven't been thinking about an entire facility or park like we did with Pony Barn. One of the first things that Larry and Ellen told you about with Pony Barn is when we went into it 2 years ago, we were thinking of just replacing the pavilion. We were thinking about one element of that entire park, not the whole facility, not the whole rec area. Kind of that old adage of you can't see the forest for the trees. Here's a real interesting example I got from staff just last month. After undertaking a recent bathhouse renovation and putting in new bathroom stalls, staff were like, wow, this looks great. They open the door and they're like, ooh, probably should replace those 20-year-old toilets. Right? They were embarrassed. I was amazed when I heard that. Here's the lesson learned. While the stall replacement was listed as a needed capital repair item, it was undertaken without considering all that could have been done with that bathhouse. So, we're going to take a new approach to capital planning. We need an approach that has a multi-year strategic capital repair and replacement plan and a short-term capital maintenance plan because they go hand in hand. I'm constantly being told by our staff more recently that we've got big stuff and we got little stuff and they're both capital and we got to pay attention to both pieces at the same time. Okay, let's come up with a plan to do that. Now, an approach like that will help us to focus on addressing the repair and replacement requirements of whole facilities and parks, involve members in determining the scope of the upgrades, and established a phased multi-year process for repairs and upgrades. Now, step one is happening right now. We're taking a closer look. We took a really close look at the 2016 project list, and we decided, you know what, we're only going to fund those things that are mission critical or fully scoped out. We have a full plan for how we're going to undertake that. There are 2 projects that are on the list that we have that are like that right now in terms of fully scoped. Our central services facility is 30 years old. It hasn't had any upgrades. I've got people who are working out of a warehouse area. I've got T1 lines for those who are IT inclined. They're working with no good HVAC. They have to have heaters. They have to open windows. There's no place to eat lunch. And I'll be crude, but as the guys over there like to say, they've got one hole. They need more. I've got to fix that because that's where all of your maintenance comes out of, is that facility. And they need a better facility. Step 2 is that by the end of first quarter 2016, we with you and our committees are going to have the opportunity to take a look at the results of that GMU study. And what we're going to learn from that is what's most valued by our members, and what we're going to do with that is identify what requires our priority attention. Let's kind of go into that strategic plan. What matters most? Okay? In addition to what's listed in the capital projects, we're also going to have the opportunity to really take a hard look at what our members think is most important. Step 3, by the third quarter, I want to be presenting to you a strategic capital repair and replacement plan for 2017 through 2020. That time frame, because that matches our strategic plan, right? So that's a 5-year look out. And annually, we can come up with a way to look at it. But we've got to look at how we do capital repair and replacement from a different perspective. So, this is where we get into strategic planning and thinking, okay? So with a capital project plan like that, the new approach goes directly to support leading sustainable change, to enhance and protect Reston's built and natural environments, to ensure development and redevelopment, and also means common areas, is consistent with the essential elements of Reston. And we're going to do that by continuously promoting and applying design and maintenance best practices to complement the integrity and distinctive design characteristics of our neighborhoods common areas as appropriate. Okay? That project plan is going to hit that strategic plan. Very important that we're expecting a lot from our development community. We need to expect the same from ourselves. Now, strategic themes and budget priorities. You all got to participate in that. Yes, ma'am. I'm going to go back.
Ask a question
Yes.
backwards. Step one, when might we anticipate knowing more about that?
This evening. What the project list is, right?
Okay.
You will definitely get that this evening.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Question?
You're on a roll.
Okay. So, June 29th, you all got together, looked over 200 suggestions combined from members, committees, staff. You came up with 3 strategic themes. Leading sustainable change, just read it to you, I'm not going to do that again, for capital. Optimizing member experiences to optimize the services, program, facilities offered to RA members. Leveraging technology to serve members, staff, and community with effective demand-based technology. Those are the 3 themes that you said were most important to you in this next budget cycle. I've already hit one of them with a plan that we have internally for that. Here are the initial priority activities in no particular order that you came up with that you said were important. There are 8 of them. Marking RA trails and pathways, lighting pedestrian pathway recreation community areas like Shadowwood, improving parking at the Nature House, hiring a professional grant writer or firm to assist the association in obtaining funds for major community projects and efforts, updating the association's information technology, internal and external systems to enhance our members' experiences with online purchasing or storefront, telephone response times, human resource data processing, reporting and tracking facility maintenance requests, and financial business processes. Recreational area maintenance upkeep and investment, including ball field irrigation, lights, restroom access, storage facilities at pools and tennis facilities, fencing at garden plots, natural area maintenance tools, improved landscaping, and curb appeal. Exploring the feasibility of providing clusters with services such as snow removal, landscaping, trash removal, bulk purchasing, etc., enhancing recreation program offerings for all age groups, and supporting Bike Reston and promoting opportunities as well as identifying the bike parking racks and access. Those are the initial themes that you came up with. So your decision point, not for tonight, but your decision point is, what should we include in the 2016-17 budgets? How should they be funded? Through the assessment, by raising funds through Friends of Reston, or by grant opportunities? Something to think about from those budget priorities. Now, let's get to it. Let's get to the punchline, right? This is what you've been waiting for. Yes, ma'am.
Giddy up.
You didn't include raising fees.
Raising fees to pay for those
Say
items.
annual assessment, but what about, we talked about whether.
Program fees.
Program
Okay.
fees.
Just to jot that down, we'll make sure we add it to that little list. Okay.
Thought I was falling asleep.
No, you were not. You were not falling asleep.
That's. Nobody talk.
No, it's okay. Good point. Okay.
Giddy up.
Now, let's get to the most important part. High-level overview. We've already talked about capital. So we're financing, per the fiscal committee's request, about a little over $2.7 million in 2016 to the Repair Replacement Reserve Fund. We have less capital expenditures. We're proposing about $2.4 million. We're going to be able to transfer into our savings account about $220,000, okay? Just under that. 2017, the numbers are there. At this moment in time, we're talking about taking away $35,000. I want to be very clear on 2017 that things will definitely change in 2016 as we get to hone things with capital, okay? So right now, we've got a placeholder. Here are the projects we would do in 2017. So My focus, only do those items that are essential mission critical fixes or are fully scoped in 2016. First quarter of 2016, complete review of that GMU study to determine priorities. Later in 2016, present a capital strategic repair and replacement plan for 2017 through 2020, okay? Now, that was capital. That's the capital budget. Here we have for operating revenues. This is a high level. You are, I promise, going to get more detail tonight with the different department. I didn't realize that we had 28 cost centers until Robert said it. I'm like, that's a lot. He's been busy, hasn't he, with everybody? It's a lot of stuff to go through. Operating revenues in 2016, a little over 17 million. Operating expenses, a little over 14, well, almost 15 million. That gives a delta of 2.6 million. 2.6 million, we're going to spend about 2.4 on capital, just as we mentioned it under the last slide. We have about 220,000 that we're going to transfer into that savings account there that we have. We have Tetra, funding from Tetra that has its own fund. We've got $650,000 that came to us from Comstock. That has to be shown here for auditing purposes. We have net transfers that we have. We have a balanced budget, okay? 2017, I'm not going to go through the numbers there. I'm just going to focus on 2016. Assessment rate. Right now it's 642. Assessment rate based on everything that we presented in 2016, 675. Dollar change from the prior year for 2015 was $8. First draft of the budget, we're proposing a $33 increase. Percent change in 2015 was 1%. Percent change in 2016 is 5%. The assessment cap for 2016 is $718. Again, this is what that looks like. We have not hit the cap, but we're staying on track from what we have in the prior year. This is the first cut. We also wanted to give you what it looked like for 2017. Assessment of 692. Again, numbers can change with the cap being 750, the maximum we could do. Important things. About 10% of the revenues derived from resident, non-resident pool and tennis pass sales are now being allocated to tennis. All of the money for resident used to go directly to aquatics. Tennis didn't feel like that was very fair, so what we did was we made sure that a correct allocation went to them from those resident pass sales. 10% of that's going into 4,300 happens to be the department code. So when you're looking at some of this stuff on the detailed sheet later, you'll understand where it relates. In the operating expense budgets, the POA cost center, 2,300, has been collapsed into Covenants Administration, 2,200. Used to be two separate departments. We had two separate departments because many, many years ago, when we had to put together resale disclosure documents, it cost a lot of money to do that, and we wanted to track it. It's gotten a lot easier over time. It's best to just roll them up into one department. Makes Anna's life a lot easier tracking expenses. Operating expenses related to legal, which can be found in 1,600, have been reallocated to corporate and board, 1,300, to management services, 1,700, and to land use, a new department, 4,900. In support of the strategic area of focus of leading sustainable change, a new cost center for land use, I just mentioned, was put together to track revenues and expenses related to all land use planning activities. I enumerated them there. In addition, we also, and by the way, that wasn't on your laundry list of to-dos, but we made sure, meaning that budget priority list, we made sure that we set aside dollars for that. And one question I do want to answer is, the dollars that we put into 4,900 also include John's time, not just for regular land use, but for the golf course. So I did put dollars aside in there to take care of the golf course matter in 2016. We're going to incur costs for that this year too, which you're going to hear about more later. What I also included under leading sustainable change is we need tools in order to maintain our facilities. That was one of the budget priority items that you saw earlier. They needed tools. So we put the money in for the tools that they need to maintain our natural areas. That happens to be in Department 3800, facility repair and facility repair and maintenance, the natural areas maintenance tools. We went ahead and put that in the budget. In support of the strategic area of focus for optimizing member experiences and leveraging technology, we included software licensing for the storefront application. We're in the process right now of looking at that. We'll have a phased plan for you, but that's something we have got to do. We have got to change that member experience with the storefront. We also have the ability with the application that we're looking at to track facility maintenance requests, where members can make maintenance requests to us. We're not tracking that right now, except on a piece of paper or on a spreadsheet. And somebody says, hey, we need to do X, Y, and Z. Last but not, we also made sure that we included in there something that you've already approved, and that is the new document management and smart webs that Anna's team is using. And we wanted to make sure we enhanced recreational program offerings for all age groups. So staff has already taken that into consideration.
We're talking about adding recreational programs, but we're already losing money on the recreational programs. So are you able to identify costs, like of that $33 that were increase? Do you know how much is going to that?
I will get the answer for you.
Okay.
Yeah, good question. So I know Sabrina just took that one down. So things that we've included to hit some of those strategic areas that you asked about. Now, Tetra impact. For auditing purposes, revenues and expenses related to Tetra are shown in the operating budget. So when I give you the detail, you're going to see that listed. Here's what you need to know. No expenses related to Tetra will impact the assessment in 16 or 17. There is zero impact to the member assessment. That is not painfully obvious when you first look at it. When you see the detailed sheet later, we made sure we called it out. So if anybody asks, you can say, no, it didn't touch it. It looks like this. When you see your line item detailed sheet, it's going to be called out separately. So you can see the budget that what we planned for 16 and 17 next to the pro forma that was in the referendum and what the differences are. The pro forma was what we thought. When we actually got the building, we got through closing, we understand what the lease looked like, we did a little projecting on what types of programs we would do, we were able to come up with operating expense revenues for those 2 years. As you know, our tenant, it's our tenant now, Tetra, is going to be in there until December. So they're paying us through that. When they leave, we now have an open facility, not deriving any revenue. So we need to get that facility fixed quick. So we plan to have it open in April so that we can start mid-April, so that we can start deriving revenue from that in some way, shape, or fashion. That's why one of the key things that we have with that Tetra working group is by December to come up with that programming plan. And they've got more time to think about the exterior and the parking lot area and what they want to program out there. But the interior use was critical. We need to get that plan in place no later than December.
Your note 3
Yes,
says, so you look to note 3 for an explanation of what the difference is, and it says funding includes, or I'm sorry, it includes a difference. So can we find out what drove that difference?
Sorry, I missed
I mean, not now, but at a later time.
She's asking what drove the difference in funding from, we have 105, are you talking about revenue in particular?
No, like just when you look at note 3, you go to note 3 for an explanation of the differences, and it just says this is the difference.
Tetra budget difference compared to pro forma.
So actually, that's actually at the bottom there. The overall timing changed. The current tenants only staying through December 2015. Originally, on the pro forma, the tenants were supposed to stay all the way through to the end of 2016.
And then the expenses moved
So basically,
from 2017 to 2016.
so basically it's all timing issue relating to the rent.
Thank you.
a fine print, which is hard to read. Sorry about that. Does it need to be clarified more? No. Okay, okay. Okay. For assessment revenue, per the fiscal committee, we've got about 220 additional in assessment revenue that's being collected to finance the repair and replacement fund, okay? Based on that 2.7 they asked for. The remaining 763 is required to cover our operating expenses in the 2016 budget. Non-assessment revenue, excluding expenses related with Tetra. So when you look at the detail, exclude those expenses related to Tetra. The 2016 operating revenue budget shows a net increase of just over $55,000. Now, these are primarily attributed to website and newsletter advertising. We want to get more revenue for that. Community building and garden plot rentals, about $4,000 there. Fees for land use seminars, workshops, and corridor design guideline administration, about $26,000. And service charges, late fees, and penalties, about $15,000. Excluding expenses associated with Tetra, again, on operating expense. Now we move over to the expense side. An increase of just under $750,000 in operating. Here's where it goes. Land use and general legal fees, $85,000 increase. New full-time employee, land use assistant to help Larry, $62,500. New part-time employee, volunteer assistant to help Hob Rock, because we have a lot of volunteers we manage for a whole bunch of different projects, not just for Reston Association, but across the community. I like to think of us as volunteer Reston, equivalent of volunteer Fairfax. She needs help, $27,000. Federal and state employment taxes, healthcare insurance costs, and general full-time and seasonal wage increases due to market fluctuations. What is your biggest cost in the budget? Personnel, over $400,000. I'm going to come back to that red note in a minute. Annual licensing fees associated with covenants administration, smart webs, document management. We needed to make sure we added that in there. It's about $36,000 for licensing fees. Court-ordered repairs undertaken by RA for external residential or property maintenance. We have the ability, by court order, after it goes through a process, after we go through covenants committee, legal committee, and the court, to go ahead and make needed repairs on homes that are pulling down value in the community. Anna has put in $22,000 to do that. How many properties have we done so far this year like that? How many? I can't remember how many we've gone in to fix.
We haven't done any this year.
Not yet this year. I know we have some earmarked for that. Yes.
Money we spend to repair becomes a lien on that property?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, it does. They're going to have to pay us back. Correct. Recreation facility utility and maintenance supply costs, $50,000. Additional pathway maintenance supplies and recycling trash cans, $25,000. Grounds maintenance tools and supplies, $30,000. That's that, please can we have new clippers question. Yes, of course. The note. So, healthcare insurance costs. We have been blessed over the past 2 years to not have any increase because of a fantastic program that's run out of, Melissa's laughing at me, that's run out of HR that talks about healthy workplace. We have a lot of programs monthly that we do to encourage employees to stay healthy. That has helped us keep our healthcare costs down, but we want to be smart. We put in about a 6% increase for health and care insurance costs. We're not going to know what the real number is until September. The first week in September is what I understand. We'll get the number. So it is entirely possible that that $400,000 can change. Of course, I'm hoping it will go down. That would be nice. But oops, sorry, it does that.
Speaking of going down.
Going down.
There we go. But we won't know until September. So that number could change. Okay, so we have a budget work session. Yes, ma'am. You go back. Yes, I know better than that.
Expenses.
Expenses.
I know you you scrubbed everything. Were there any expense savings? You know, you've added new stuff, and not added meaning like, these are all good.
Right.
But where are the cost savings?
Good question. So we spent a lot of time, wait a minute, go ahead, Robert. I'll let you talk now.
Jeez.
Right, so if you take a look at this, we've called out all the things that potentially have an increase, but 28 separate cost centers. Over all our cost centers, revenue and expenditures, there's about 1,500 different accounts.
Yep.
Okay? So if you look at that, I gave Kate a really detailed breakout of what goes up and what goes down. A lot of things kind of net off. So you've got to save on printing and stationery and save on many items. We can show those amounts there multiple different ways because there's so much detail behind it. So there are a lot of savings, we just haven't really called them out. But you're really showing what has increased because you're showing the increase over there. But behind the scenes, there are so many different things that are like netting each other out, and included in that are savings.
Okay. But you will see that. Actually, in the detail that you'll get to see which departments went down, which departments went up. You won't get to see absolutely, the nitty-gritty detail, because as he said, I had no idea. 1,500?
There are about 1,500 different accounts.
So that's not going to be listed here. That'd make you go cross-eyed. But what we do have is a full detail, and you'll see which departments went up and down and how things changed. And he's right, things netted out. There are places where we saved, there are places where we had to put in.
Okay.
So when I look at the detail, I'll be able to break down the 411, 584 into different pieces.
She wanted to know if she was going to be able to break down the 411, 584 into different pieces.
Like how much is the taxes, how much are you putting to healthcare, how much?
Yeah, we could get to that.
We can.
Yeah.
Right now, it's across the
Right.
entire organization. And because if we gave it to you in each different department, I think, you'd go crazy. So what we did was put it
Well, even if
in one
you just
lump.
said these are the three categories and what,
Healthcare's
How much?
80% of it.
We can split that a little bit more for you. We'll do that.
I think that it is important to show where savings are being achieved, because that is what the membership expects, because this only tells a part of the story. And so I think that it's really important that we have the whole story, and that, there's messaging around that so that the community knows, oh, no, it's not just an endless march upward. It's
Like we're printing money.
Exactly, that we do look for savings and achieve them.
Right. So we do have, you're going to get to see every department. We've got a great packet of information that we presented to you this evening. Nothing for decision tonight. Lots to think about between now and the 24th of August. And the meeting purpose for that will be to consider all those decision points that we showed you and some of the new ones that we added. The combined decision points that we had are up on the screen. They'll be in your packet as well. All of this information we will put into Dropbox. But Sabrina, along with Robert and Larry, because remember I said we got done with this at about 4:30 today, put together these packets of information. In it are all of the presentations that we gave. Most important that you're going to want to see, capital budget is in there, as well as, and Robert and I are very proud of this, as well as the line item detail for each of the different department areas, along with percentages of who went up, down, and wherever. Yeah, go ahead and give those out. So those are for you all to take home and review. Don't hesitate to send an email to Robert and I if you have additional questions, or if you want to see additional information. We would be happy to make sure that you get that. But the real conversation is going to happen on August the 24th, when we start talking about those decision points, and you start saying what matters to you most.
Well done.
Well done. Awesome. Awesome. Thank you to a great team. Everybody
Thank
worked
you,
really
Kate
hard.
and team, for all your hard work.
The leadership team that's still
Really
hanging around,
appreciate it.
thank you.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Thank you, Sabrina.
Yes, she did a fabulous job putting
And
together the
Sabrina.
presentation.
Okay.
It's really great. This is, because you can make decisions based on this.
Well done. Oh my goodness, we've come such a long way.
I'm going to share this with
Boy.
AC.
I'm gonna miss leaving this joint.
Oh, listen, you're not, yeah. Board,
Get your act together.
Your help.
as per
What
session
we got here.
5.3, paren K of Reston Association's bylaws, and as further delineated in Board and Association Operations Resolution 1, the Board of Directors may convene in an executive session to consider personnel matters, consult with legal counsel, discuss and consider contracts, potential probable or pending litigation, and matters involving violations of the Reston document or rules and regulations adopted by the Board of Directors, or discuss and consider the personal liability of members. This evening, the board will be going to executive session to consult with counsel on legal and land use matters related to the RA Covenant land near Reston Town Center, Reston National Golf Course, and Tall Oaks Village Center. I anticipate we will be in executive session for no more than 1 hour.
Or 30 minutes.
Or 30 minutes.
30 minutes.
30 minutes, I like 30 minutes, okay. I I move to adjourn into executive session to consult with counsel on legal and land use matters related to the RA covenanted land near Reston Town Center, Reston National Golf Course, and Tall Oaks Village Center. Do I have a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. John, come on down.
Come on down.
And we have to wait till we
Well, you
clean out the room a little bit.
Did you get, did you
Close the
give
door.
Bob's copy? Did you get a